6 for 6, send Lynn. Thank you so much. You know, the nice thing about reading streams is I can go lurk a whole bunch of streamers and not have it tank my performance. Because even if it does, I'm not playing any games. It doesn't fucking matter. Wow! It's makers. I can't believe it's been half a year already since I started doing this shit. Since I decided, if I don't do something with my life, I'm going to do the whole nope rope thing. I'm feeling mostly better, guys. Still a little bit snotty, a little bit sniffly. Voice is a little bit deeper than usual, which I'm sure no one is going to complain about. I've been putting together some alternate voices for Magician, for some supernatural characters. Hello, it's me behind the desk. Would you like a little sneaky peek at my voices?
So some of you have already heard my dragon voice. But we'll be hearing this guy again.
But new to the rotation, we'll eventually be hearing some of this.
And some of this.
And if I press the wrong button, you'll hear some of it. It sends. I'm tempted at some point to put together a redeem that will change my VTuber avatar to have like one glowing blue eye, throw up a little text box, with what I'm saying inside of it and activate the voice changer as well and have like, I don't know, a 200-bit redeem for Sans mode. That one's got to be bits though, because it's disruptive as fuck to the stream. All right, let me add a bit of rum to this here Coke because I basically never drink soft drinks unless there's alcohol in them. You a tattoo for Undertale? Nice. This is not the jazz vibe that I wanted. Not the vibe. Let's find us a new playlist. Yes, this is elevator vibes. I'm not feeling it. Nope. Okay. Okay. A little bit too bossa nova vibe here. This is the Caribbean hotel elevator music. You know, one of those elevators that contains a small jazz quartet and a piano. Feeling alarmingly Christmassy. Oh? Oh. No, no, I pushed the button. Ooh. Smooth jazz piano playlist, 7 hours and 40 minutes, spanning 105 songs. I don't see the words royalty free here, so that's a concern, but you know what? We can just strip the fucking music out of the VODs. I don't give a shit. This is it, this is the vibe. Got ads come up in 90 seconds, so here's the plan. Team, my chatteronies. We will let the ads roll. Then we'll get into doing some reading. Yeah, this elevator's got a guy to push the buttons for you. And he's wearing a monocle. Hello, Juju. How's it going? Why am I pitching Reginald Hargreaves as an elevator dude? Yeah, of all the people, Reginald Hargreaves running an elevator for people. To the penthouse, Reggie. How dare you? My voice is in the right spot to... Hold on. How dare you? To the penthouse, Reggie! Yeah, my like mid-chest levels are a little too congested for that. Anyhow, Makers, how's your week going? And Sinlin, I'm sorry to hear that you burned your cheese bread. How did you fuck that one up? And Juju, how's your week going as well? I'm alive. Well, at least there's that, Juju. Congratulations on your continued existence, Juju. Your prize, you get to experience more suffering. Hooray! Hold up, is my VTuber avatar moving his mouth? Yeah, he is. There we go. Sinlin says, as usual, just by being me. Sinlin, is your life sometimes like that scene in The Simpsons where Homer sets fire to cereal just by being in its presence? Because I'm getting a certain impression here. The one word yes. Oh man. Also, I'm going to do this silly fun thing.
Kuvani's a rap god, no doubt in our minds. Kuvani's a rap god, no doubt in our minds. Kuvani's a rap god, no doubt in our minds. Kuvani's a rap god, no doubt in our minds. Kuvani's a rap god, no doubt in our minds. Kuvani's a rap god, no doubt in our minds. Kuvani's a rap god.
I need to remember to make these clips shorter.
Kuvani, the name on everyone's lips. When it comes to rapping, he's on the tips. She's. The words are smooth and the flow so tight. She spits out rhymes with it all her might. Kuvani's a rap god, no.
That's enough of that. Alright, let's tinker with this first. Alright, let's fuck around a bit here. Cool. Alright, let's get down to some words, shall we? Let's do the thing. So when last we went our separate ways, our heroes were just leaving Sorcerer's Isle after meeting Macross the Black. And our hero Thomas had been stranded with the dwarves for a long, long winter. Our heroes had escaped the Dark Brotherhood and made it to the city of Bolan, or Bodum, one of the two, Bodum, I think. And are now making their way towards Krondor and Rillanon, where the king lives, to bring news of the Surani invaders. Sorry, I was distracted for a second by the size of Kratos's gigantic green screen. It's girthy. Chapter 12. Councils. Pug was restless. He sat looking out of a window of the prince's palace in Krondor. Outside, the snow was falling as it had been the last 3 days. The Duke and Arutha had been meeting with the Prince of Krondor daily. On the first day, Puck had told his story about finding the Surani ship. Then he had been dismissed. He remembered that awkward interview. He had been surprised to find the prince to be young, in his 30s, if not a vigorous and well man. Puck had been startled during their interview when the prince's remarks were interrupted by a violent attack of coughing. His pale face, drenched with sweat, showed him to be in worse health than his manner indicated. He had waved off Pug's suggestion that he should leave and come back when more convenient for him. Erland of Krondor was a reflective person who listened patiently to Pug's narration, lessening the boy's discomfort being before the heir apparent to the throne of the kingdom. His eyes regarded Pug with reassurance and understanding, as if it were a common thing to have awkward boys standing before him. After listening to Pug's narration, he had spent a short time talking with Pug about small things, such as his studies and his fortuitous rise to the nobility, as if these were important matters to his realm. Pug decided he liked Prince Erland. The second most powerful man in the kingdom and single most powerful man in the West, was warm and friendly and cared for the comfort of his least important guest. Pug looked around the small room, still not used to the splendor of the palace. Even this small room was richly appointed, with a canopied bed instead of a sleeping pallet. It was the first time Pug had ever slept in one, and he found it difficult to get comfortable on the deep, soft, feather-stuffed mattress. In the corner of the room stood a closet with more clothing in it than he thought he could wear in his lifetime, all of costly weave and fine cut, and all seemingly in his size. Kalgan had said it was a gift from the prince. The quiet of his room reminded Pug how little he had seen of Kalgan and the others. Garden and his soldiers had left that morning with a bundle of dispatches for Prince Liam from his father, and Meacham was housed with the palace guard. Kalgan was involved in the meetings as often as not, so Pug had a lot of time to himself. He wished he had his books with him, but then at least the time could be put to some good use. Since his arrival in Krondor, there had been little for him to do. More than once, Pug had thought of how much Thomas would have loved the newness of this place, seemingly fashioned from glass and magic more than stone, and the people in it. He thought about his lost friend, hoping Dolgan had somehow found him, but not believing he had. The pain of loss was now a dull ache, but still tender. Even after the last month, he would find himself turning, expecting to see Thomas close by. Not wishing to sit idle any longer, Pug opened the door and looked down the hallway that ran the length of the east wing of the prince's palace. He hurried down the hall, looking for any familiar face to break the monotony. A guard passed him by, going the other way, and saluted. Pug still couldn't get used to the idea of being saluted every time a guard passed, but as a member of the Duke's party, he was given full honours due to his squire's rank by the household staff. Reaching a smaller hallway, he decided to explore. One way was the same as another, he thought. The prince had personally told him he had the run of the palace, but Pug had been shy about overstepping himself. Now boredom drove him to adventuring, or at least as much adventuring as possible, under the circumstances. Well, I'll drink here. Pug found a small alcove with a window, providing a different view of the palace grounds. He sat upon the window seat. Beyond the palace walls, he could see the port of Krondor lying below, like a white-shrouded toy village. Smoke was coming from many of the buildings, the only sign of life in the city. The ships in the harbour looked like miniatures lying at anchor, waiting for more propitious conditions, there we go, under which to sail. That's a tough word to say. Propitious. A small voice behind him brought Pug out of his reverie. "Are you Prince Arutha?" A girl was standing behind him, about 6 or 7 years old, big green eyes and dark reddish-brown hair done up in silver netting. Her dress was simple but fine-looking, of red cloth with white lace at the sleeves. Her face was pretty, but set in an expression of deep concentration that gave it a comic gravity. Pug hesitated for a moment and then said, "No, I'm Pug. I came with the prince." The girl made no attempt to hide her disappointment. With a shrug, she came over and sat next to Pug. She looked up at him with the same grave expression and said, "I was so hoping that you might be the prince, for I wanted to catch a glimpse of him before you leave for Salador." "Salador," said Pug flatly. He had hoped the journey would end with the visit to the prince. Lately he had been thinking of Carleen. "Yes. Father says you are all to leave at once for Salador, then take a ship for Rillanon to see the king." "Who's your father?" "The prince, silly. Don't you know anything?" "I guess not." Pug looked at the girl, seeing another Carleen in the making. "You must be Princess Anita." "Of course. And I'm a real princess too, not the daughter of a duke, but the daughter of a prince. My father would have been king if he had wanted, but he didn't want to. If he had, I would be queen someday, but I won't be. What do you do?" The question, coming so suddenly without preamble, caught Pug off guard. The child's prattling wasn't very irksome, and he wasn't following closely, being more intent on the scene through the window. He hesitated and then said, "I'm apprenticed to the Duke's magician." The princess's eyes grew round and she said, "A real magician?" "Real enough." Her little face lit up with delight. "Can he turn people into toads? Mummy said magicians turn people into toads if they are bad." "I don't know. I'll ask him when I see him, if I see him again," he added under his breath. "Oh, would you? I would so very much like to know." She seemed utterly fascinated by the prospect of finding out if the tale was true. "And could you please tell me where I might see Prince Arutha?" "I don't know. I haven't seen him myself in 2 days. What do you want to see him for?" "Mummy says I may marry him someday. If I want to see if he's a nice man." The prospect of this tiny child being married to the Duke's younger son confounded Pug for a moment. It was not an uncommon practice for nobles to pledge their children in marriage years before their coming of age. In 10 years she'd be a woman, and the prince would still be a young man, the earl of some minor keep in the kingdom. Still, Pug found the prospect fascinating. "Do you think you'd like living with an earl?" Pug asked, realizing at once it was a stupid question. The princess confirmed the opinion with a glance that would have done Father Tully credit. She said, Silly? How could I possibly know that when I don't even know who Mummy and Father will have me marry?" The child jumped up. "Well, I must go back. I'm not supposed to be here. If they find me out of my rooms, I'll be punished. I hope you have a nice journey to Salador and Rillanon." "Thank you." With a sudden expression of worry, she said, "You won't tell anyone that I was here, will you?" Pug gave her a conspiratorial smile. "No, your secret's safe." With a look of relief, she smiled, peeked both ways down the hallway. As she started to leave, Pug said, "He's a nice man." The princess stopped. "Who?" "The prince. He's a nice man. Given to brooding and moods, but on the whole, a nice person." The princess frowned for a moment as she digested the information. Then, with a bright smile, she said, "That's good. I'd not want to marry a man who's not nice." With a giggle, she turned around the corner and was gone. Pug sat a while longer, watching the snow fall, musing over the fact of children being concerned about matters of state, and over a child with big, serious green eyes. That night, the entire party was feted by the prince. The whole population of nobles of the court and most of the rich commoners of Krondor were attending the gala. Over 400 people sat to dine, and Pug found himself at a table with strangers who, out of respect for the quality of his clothing and the simple fact of his being there in the first place, politely ignored him. The Duke and Prince Arutha were seated at the head of the table, with Prince Erland and his wife, Princess Alicia, along with Duke Dulanik, Chancellor of the Principality and Knight Marshal of Krondor. Owing to Erland's ill health, the business of running Krondor's military fell to Dulanik, and the man he was deep in conversation with, Lord Barry. Erland's Lord Admiral of the Krondorian fleet. Other royal ministers were seated nearby, while the rest of the guests were at smaller tables. Pug was seated at one farthest removed from the royal table. Servants were bustling in and out of the hall, carrying large platters of food and decanters of wine. Jongleurs strolled the hall, singing the newest ballads and ditties. Jugglers and acrobats performed between the tables, mostly ignored by the dinner guests, but giving their best. The master of ceremony would not call them back again should he judge their efforts lacking. The walls were covered by giant banners and rich tapestries. The banners were of every major household in the kingdom, from the gold and brown of Cryde in the far west to the white and green of Far Ran in the east. Behind the royal table hung the banner of the kingdom, a gold lion rampant holding a sword, a crown above his head. Upon a field of purple, the ancient crest of Kondoin kings. Next to it hung Krondor's banner, an eagle flying above a mountain peak, silver upon the royal purple. Only the prince and king in Rillanon could wear the royal colour. Boric and Arutha wore red mantles over their tunics, signifying they were princes of the realm, related to the royal family. It was the first time Pug had ever seen the two wearing the formal marks of their station. Everywhere were sights and sounds of gaiety, but even from across the room, Pug could tell that the talk at the prince's table was subdued. Boric and Erland spent most of the dinner with their heads close together, speaking privately. Pug was startled by a touch on the shoulder and turned to see a doll-like face peering through the large curtains, not 2 feet behind him. Princess Anita put her finger to her lips and beckoned for him to step through. Pug saw the others on the table were looking at the great and near great in the room and would scarcely notice the departure of a nameless boy. He rose and moved through the curtains, finding himself in a small servant's alcove. Before him was another curtain, leading to the kitchen, Pug supposed, through which peeked the tiny fugitive from bed. Pug moved to where Anita waited, discovering it was indeed a long connecting corridor between the kitchen and the great hall. A lengthy table covered with dishware and goblets ran along the wall. Pug said, "What are you doing here?" "Shh," she said in a loud whisper. "I'm not supposed to be here." Pug smiled at the child. "I don't think you have to worry about being heard. There's too much noise for that." "I came to see the prince. Which one is he?" Pug motioned for her to step into the small alcove, then drew aside the curtain a little. Pointing at the head table, he said, "He's 2 removed from your father in the black and silver tunic and the red mantle." The child stretched up on tiptoe and said, "I can't see." Pug held the girl up for a moment. She smiled at him. "I'm in your debt." "Not at all," Pug intoned with mock gravity. They both giggled. princess started as a voice spoke close to the curtain. I must fly! She darted through the alcove, passed through the second curtain, and disappeared from sight, heading towards the kitchen and her getaway. The curtain into the banquet hall parted, and a startled servant stared at Pug. Uncertain what to say, the servingman nodded. The boy by rights shouldn't be there, but by his dress he was certainly someone. Pug looked about and without much conviction finally said, I was looking for the way to my room. I must be going the wrong way. The guest wing is through the first door on the left in the dining hall, young sir. This way lies the kitchen. Would you care to have me show you the way? The servant obviously didn't care to do so, and Pug was equally lacking any desire for a guide. No, thank you. I can find it, he said. Pug rejoined his table unnoticed by the other guests. The balance of the meal passed without incident, except for an occasional strange glance by a serving man. Pug passed the time after dinner, talking with the son of a merchant. The two young men found each other in the crowded room where the prince's after-dinner reception was being held. They spent a fitful hour being polite to one another before the boy's father came and took him in tow. Pug stood around, being ignored by the prince's other dinner guests for a while, and then decided he could slip back to his own quarters without affronting anyone. He wouldn't be missed. Besides, he hadn't seen the prince, Lord Boric, or Culgan since they left the dinner table. Most of the reception seemed under the supervision of a score of household officials and Princess Alicia, a charming woman who had spoken politely with Pug for a moment as he passed through the reception line. Pug found Culgan waiting for him in his room when he returned. Culgan said without preamble, "We leave at first light." Pug, Prince Erland is sending us on to Rillanon to see the king. Pug said, "Why is the prince sending us?" His tone was cross, but he was deeply homesick. Before Culgan could answer, the door flew open and Prince Arutha came storming in. Pug was surprised by Arutha's expression of unconfined anger. "Culgan, there you are," Arutha said, slamming the door. "Do you know what our royal cousin is doing about the Surani invasion?" Before Culgan could speak, the prince supplied the answer. "Nothing! He won't lift a finger to send aid to Cryde until father has seen the king. That will take another 2 months at least." Culgan raised his hand. Instead of an advisor to the Duke, Arutha saw one of his boyhood instructors. Culgan, like Tully, could still command both sons of the Duke when need arose. "Quietly, Arutha." Arutha shook his head as he pulled over a chair. "I'm sorry, Culgan. I should have mastered my temper." He noticed Pug's confusion. "I apologize to you also, Pug. There is much involved here that you don't know of. Perhaps..." He looked questioningly at Culgan. Culgan took out his pipe. "You might as well tell him he's going along for the journey. He'll find out soon enough." Arutha drummed his fingers on the arm of the chair for a moment. Then, sitting forward, said, "My father and Erland have been conferring for days on the best way to meet these Outworlders. Should they come. The prince even agrees that it is likely they will come." He paused. "But he will do nothing to call the armies of the West together until he has been given permission by the king." "I don't understand," said Pug. "Aren't the armies of the West the prince's to command as he sees fit?" "No longer," said Arutha with a near grimace. The king sent word less than a year ago that the armies may not be mustered without his permission. Arutha sat back in his chair as Kargan blew a cloud of smoke. It is in violation of tradition. Never have the armies of the West had another commander than the Prince of Krondor, as the armies of the East are the king's. Pug was still unclear about the significance of all this. Kargan said, "The prince is the king's lord marshal in the West, the only man beside the king who may command Duke Boric and the other knight generals. Should he call, every duke from Malak's Cross to Crydi would respond with their garrisons and levies. King Roderick, for his own reasons, has decided that none may gather the armies without his authority." Arutha said, "Father would come to the prince's call regardless, as would the other dukes." Kargan nodded. "That may be what the king fears, for the armies of the West have long been more than the prince's armies. Have long been more the prince's armies than the king's. If your father called, most would gather, for they revere him as nearly as much as they revere Erland. And if the king should say not..." He let the sentence slip away. Arutha nodded. "Strife within the kingdom." Kargan looked at his pipe. "Even to civil war, perhaps." Pug was troubled by the discussion. He was a keep boy in spite of his newly acquired title. "Even if it's in defense of the kingdom?" Kargan shook his head slowly. "Even then, for some men, kings also, there is as much importance in the manner in which things are done as the doing." Kargan paused. "Duke Boric will not speak of it, but there has long been trouble between himself and certain eastern dukes, especially his cousin, Guy du Bastilla. This trouble between the prince and the king will only add to the strain between West and East." Pug sat back. He knew that this was somehow more important than what he was understanding, but there were blank places in his picturing of the way things were. How could the king resent the princess summoning the armies in defense of the kingdom? It didn't make sense to him, in spite of Kargan's explanation. And what sort of trouble in the east was Boric unwilling to speak of? The magician stood. "We have an early day tomorrow, so we had best get some sleep. It will be a long ride to Salador, and then another long passage by ship to Renon. By the time we reach the king, the first thaw will have come to Crydi." Prince Erland bade the party a good journey as they sat upon their horses in the courtyard of the palace. He looked pale and deeply troubled as he wished them well. The little princess stood at an upstairs window and waved at Pug with a tiny handkerchief. Pug was reminded of another princess and wondered if Anita would grow to be like Carleen or be more even-tempered. They rode out of the courtyard, where an escort of royal Krondorian lancers stood ready to accompany them to Salador. It would be a 3 weeks' ride over the mountains and past the marshes of Darkmoor, past Malak's Cross, to the dividing point between the western and eastern realms, and on to Salador. There they would take ship, and after another 2 weeks they would reach Rulanon. The lancers were shrouded in heavy cloaks of grey, but the purple and silver tabards of the Krondor's prince could be seen underneath, and their shields bore the device of the royal Krondorian household. The Duke was being honored by an escort of the prince's own household guard, rather than a detachment from the city garrison. As they left the city, the snow began to fall once more, and Pug wondered if he would ever see spring in Cryde again. He sat quietly on his horse as it plodded along the road east, trying to sort out the impressions of the last 2 weeks, and then gave up, resigning himself to whatever was going to happen. The ride to Salador took 4 weeks instead of 3. There had been a storm of unusual intensity in the mountains west of Darkmoor. They'd been forced to take lodging at an inn outside the village that took its name from the marshes. It had been a small inn, and they'd been forced to crowd together regardless of rank for several days. The food had been simple and the ale indifferent, and by the time the storm passed, they were all glad to leave Darkmoor behind. Another day had been lost when they chanced upon a village being troubled by bandits. The sight of approaching cavalry had driven the brigands away, but the Duke had ordered a sweep of the area to ensure they didn't return as soon as the soldiers rode off. The villagers had opened their doors to the Duke's party, welcoming them and offering their best food and warmest beds. Poor offerings by the Duke's standards, yet he received their hospitality with graciousness, for he knew it was all they had. Park had enjoyed the simple food and company, the closest yet to home since he'd left Cryde. When they were a half-day's ride short of Salador, they encountered a patrol of city guards. Pulling up his horse, he shouted, "What brings the prince's guard to the lands of Salador?" There was little love lost between the two cities, and the Crondorians rode without heraldic banner. His tone left no doubt that he regarded their presence as an infringement upon his territory. Duke Boric threw back his cloak, revealing his tabard. "Carry word to your master that Boric, Duke of Cryde, approaches the city and would avail himself of Lord Kerus's hospitality." The guard captain was taken aback. He stammered, My apologies, your grace. I had no idea. There was no banner." Arutha said dryly, "We mislaid it in a forest some time back." The captain looked confused. "My lord?" Warwick said, "Never mind, captain. Just send word to your master." The captain saluted. "At once, your grace." He wheeled his horse and signaled for a rider to come forward. He gave him instructions, and the soldier spurred his horse towards the city and soon galloped out of sight. The captain returned to the Duke. "If your grace will permit, my men are at your disposal." The Duke looked at the travel-weary Crondorians, all of whom seemed to be enjoying the captain's discomfort. "I think 30 men-at-arms are sufficient, Captain. The Salador City Guard is renowned for keeping the environs free near the free city of brigands." Let's try that line again. "The Salador City Guard is renowned for keeping the environs near the city free of brigands." The captain, not realizing he was being made sport of, seemed to puff up at this. "Thank you, your grace." The Duke said, "You and your men may continue your patrol." The captain saluted again and returned to his men. He shouted the order to move out, and the guard column moved past the Duke's party. As they passed, the captain ordered a salute, and lances were dipped towards the Duke. Boric returned the salute with a lazy wave of his hand, and when the guards had passed, said, "Enough of this foolishness. Let us to Salador." Arutha laughed and said, "Father, we have need of men like that in the west." Boric turned and said, "Oh? How so?" As the horses moved forward, Arutha said, "To polish shields and boots." The Duke smiled and the Crondorians laughed. The western soldiers had held those of the east in low regard. The east had been pacified long before the west had been opened to kingdom expansion, and there was little trouble in the eastern realm requiring real skill in warcraft. Prince of Krondor's guards were battle-proved veterans, while those of Salador were considered by the guardsmen from the west to do their best soldiering on the parade ground. Soon they saw signs that they were nearing the city. Cultivated farmlands, villages, roadside taverns, and wagons laden with trade goods. By sundown, they could see the walls of distant Salador. As they entered the city, a full company of Duke Keris's own household guards lined the streets to the palace. As in Krondor, there was no castle, for the need for a small, easily defensible keep had passed as the lands around became civilized. Riding through the city, Pug realized how much of a frontier town Cryde was. In spite of Lord Boric's political power, he was still lord of a frontier province. Along the streets, citizens stood gawking at the Western Duke from the wild frontier, the far coast. Some cheered, for it seemed like a parade, but most stood quietly, disappointed that the Duke and his party looked like other men, rather than blood-drenched barbarians. When they reached the courtyard of the palace, "Tea time?" "Mind if I do?" Thanks, Inland. Self-care has been activated. Household servants ran to take their horses. A household guard showed the soldiers from Krondor to the soldiers' commons, where they would rest before returning to the prince's city. Another, with a captain's badge of rank on his tunic, led Boric's party up the stairs of the building. Pug looked with wonder, for this palace was even larger than the prince's in Krondor. They walked through several outer rooms, then reached an inner courtyard. Here, fountains and trees decorated a garden, beyond which stood the central palace. Pug realized that the buildings they had passed through were simply one of the buildings surrounding the Duke's living quarters. He wondered what use Lord Keris could possibly have for so many buildings and for such a large staff. They crossed the garden courtyard and mounted another series of steps towards the reception committee that stood in the door of the central palace. Once this building might have been a citadel, protecting the surrounding town, but Pug couldn't bring himself to imagine it as it might have been years ago. The numerous renovations over the years had transformed an ancient keep into a glittering thing made of glass and marble. Duke Keris's chamberlain, old dried-up stick of a man with a quick eye, knew every noble worth noting, from the borders of Kesh in the south to Tir Sog in the north, by sight. His memory for faces and facts had often saved Duke Keris from embarrassment, and by the time Boric had made his way up the broad stairway from the courtyard, the chamberlain had provided Keris with a few personal facts, a quick evaluation of the right amount of flattery required. Duke Keris took Boric's hand. "Ah, Lord Boric, you do me great honor by this unexpected visit. If only you had sent word of your arrival, I would have prepared a more fitting welcome." They entered the antechamber of the palace, the dukes in front. Boric said, "I am sorry to put you to any trouble, Lord Keris, but I am afraid our mission is dependent on speed, and that formal courtesies will have to be put aside. I bear messages for the king, and must put to sea for Rillanon as soon as possible." "Of course, Lord Boric, but surely you will be able to stay for a short while, say a week or so." "I regret not. I would put to sea tonight if I could." "That is indeed sorry news. I so hoped you could guest with us for a time." The party reached the Duke's audience hall. where the Chamberlain gave instructions to a company of household servants, who jumped to obey. Entering the vast hall, with its high vaulted ceiling, gigantic chandeliers, and great arched glass windows, Pug felt dwarfed. The room was the largest he had ever seen, greater than the hall of the Prince of Condor. A huge table was set with fruits and wine, and the travelers fell to with vigor. Pug sat down with little grace, for his whole body was one mass of aches. He was turning into a skilled horseman simply from long hours in the saddle, but that fact didn't ease his tired muscles. Hey, Pippin, welcome in. We're doing a little ready stream tonight. I read the words, so you guys don't have to. You guys can just get cozy, listen to some jazz, and listen to some story time. Lord Keras pressed the Duke for the cause of his hurried journey, and between mouthfuls of fruit and drinks of wine, Boric filled him in on the events of the last 3 months. After he was done, Keras looked distressed. This is grave news indeed, Lord Boric. Things are unsettled in the kingdom. I am sure the prince has told you of some of the trouble that has occurred since you last came to the east. Yes, he did, but reluctantly, and only in the most cursory manner. Remember, it has been 13 years since I journeyed to the capital. At Roderick's coronation, when I came to renew my vassalage. He seemed a bright enough young man then, able enough to learn to govern, but from what I've heard in Crondor, there seems to have been a change. Keras glanced around the room and then waved away his servants. Looking pointedly at Boric's companions, he raised an eyebrow questioningly. Lord Boric said, "These have my trust and will not betray at confidence." Keras nodded. Loudly he said, "If you'd care to stretch your legs before retiring, perhaps you'd care to see my garden." Boric frowned and was about to speak when Arutha put his hand upon his father's arm, nodding agreement. Boric said, "That sounds interesting. Despite the cold, I could use a short walk." The Duke motioned for Cargan, Meacham, and Garden to remain, but Lord Keras indicated that Pug should join them. Boric looked surprised, but nodded agreement. They left through a small set of doors to the garden, and once outside, Keras whispered, "It would look less suspicious if the boy comes with us. I can't even trust my own servants anymore. The king has agents everywhere." Boric seemed infuriated. "The king has placed agents in your household?" "Yes, Lord Boric. There has been a great change in our king. I know Erland has not told you the entire story, but it is one you must know." The Duke and his companions watched Duke Keras, who looked uncomfortable. He cleared his throat as he glanced around the snow-covered garden. Between the light from the palace windows and the large moon above, the garden was a winterscape of white and blue crystals, undisturbed by footprints. Keras pointed to a set of tracks in the snow and said, "I made those this afternoon when I came here to think about what I could safely tell you." He glanced around one more time, seeing if anyone could overhear the conversation, and then continued, "When Roderick III died, everyone expected Erland would take the crown. After the official mourning, the priests of Ishap called all possible heirs forward to present their claims. You were expected to be one of them." Boric nodded. "I know the custom. I was late getting to the city. I would have renounced my claim in any event, so there was no importance in my absence." Keras nodded. History might have been different had you been here, Boric. He lowered his voice. I risk my neck by saying this, but many, even those of us here in the East, would have urged you to take the crown. Boric's expression showed that he did not like hearing this, but Karis pressed on. By the time you got here, all the back hallway politics had been done with most lords content to give the crown to Erland. But it was a tense day and a half while the issue was in doubt. Why the elder Roderick didn't name an heir, I don't know. But when the priests had chased away all the distant kin with no real claim, 3 men stood before them, Erland, young Roderick, and Guy du Bastira. The priests asked for their declarations, and each gave them in turn. Roderick and Erland both had solid claims, while Guy was there as a matter of form, as you would have been had you arrived in time. Arutha injected dryly. The time of mourning ensures no Western lord will be king. Boric threw a disapproving glance at his son, but Karis said, Not entirely. If there had been any doubt to the rights of succession, the priests would have held off the ceremony until your father arrived. Arutha, it has been done before. He looked at Boric and lowered his voice. As I said, it was expected Erland would take the crown. But when the crown was presented to him, he refused, conceding the claim to Roderick. No one knew at the time, knew of Erland's ill health, so most of the lords judged the decision a generous affirmation of Roderick's claim as the only son of the king. With Guy du Bastira backing the boy, the assembled Congress of Lords ratified his succession. Then the real infighting began, until at last your late wife's uncle was named as the king's regent. Boric nodded. He remembered the battle over who would be named the then boy's king regents. His despised cousin Guy had nearly won the position, but Boric's timely arrival and his support of Caldric of Rillanon, along with the support of Duke Bruchal of Yabon and Prince Erland, had swung the majority of votes in Congress away from Guy. For the next 5 years, there was only an occasional border clash with Kesh. Things were quiet. 8 years ago, Karis paused to glance around again, Roderick embarked upon a program of public improvements, as he calls them, upgrading roads and bridges, building dams and the like. At first they were of little burden, but the taxes have been increased yearly until now the peasants and freemen, even the minor nobles, are being bled white. The king has expanded his programs until now he is rebuilding the entire capital to make it the greatest city known to man, he says. Two years ago, a small delegation of nobles came to the king and asked him to abjure this excessive spending and ease the burdens upon the people. The king flew into a rage, accused the nobles of being traitors, and had them summarily executed. Boric's eyes widened. The snow under his boot crunched dryly as he turned suddenly. We've heard nothing of this in the West. When Erland heard the news, he immediately went to the king and demanded reparation for the families of the nobles who were executed, and a lessening of the taxes. The king, also it is rumoured, was ready to seize his uncle, but was restrained by the few councillors he still trusted. They advised His Majesty that such an act, unheard of in the history of the kingdom, would surely cause the Western lords to rise up against the king. Boric's expression darkened. They were right. Had that boy hanged Erland, the kingdom would have been irretrievably split. Since that time, the prince has not set foot in Rillanon, and the business of the kingdom is handled by aides, for the two men will not speak to one another. The Duke looked skyward. His voice became troubled. This is much worse than I had heard. Erland told me of the taxes and his refusal to impose them in the west. He said that the king was agreed, for he understood the need of maintaining the garrisons of the north and west. Harris slowly shook his head no. The king agreed only when his aides painted pictures of goblin armies pouring down from the Northlands and plundering the cities of his kingdom. Erland spoke of the strain between himself and his nephew. Even in light of news I carry, he said nothing about his majesty's actions. Keras drew a deep breath and started walking once more. Boric, I spend so much time with the sycophants at the king's court, I forget that you of the west are given to plain speech. Keras was silent a moment, and then said, Our king is not the man he once was. Sometimes he is his old self, laughing and open, filled with grand plans for the kingdom. Other times he is someone else, as if a dark spirit has taken possession of his heart. Take care, Boric, for only Erland stands closer to the throne than yourself. Our king is well aware of that fact, even if you never think of it, and sees daggers and poison where none exists. Silence descended over the group, and Pug saw Boric look openly troubled. Keras continues, Roderick fears others covet his crown. That may be, but not those the king suspects. There are only 4 condign males besides the king, all of whom are men of honor. But Boric inclined his head at the compliment. But there are perhaps a dozen more who can claim ties to the throne through the king's mother and her people. All are eastern lords, and many would not flinch from the opportunity to press their claim to the throne before the Congress of Lords. Boric looked incensed. You speak of treason. Treason in men's hearts, if not in deeds. Yet. How have things come to such a pass in the east, without us of the west knowing? Keras nodded as they reached the far end of the garden. Erland is an honorable man, and as such would keep unfounded rumors from his subjects, even yourself. As you have said it, it is 13 years since you were last at Rillanon. All warrants and missives from the king still pass through the prince's court. How would you know? I fear it is only a matter of time before one or the other of the king's advisors positions himself over the fallen heads of those of us who hold to our beliefs. Damn it. I fear it is only a matter of time before one or the other of the king's advisors positions himself over the fallen heads of those of us who hold to our beliefs that the nobility are wardens of the nation's welfare. Boric said, Then you risk much with your frank speech. Duke Keras shrugged, indicating that they should begin their return to the palace. I have not always been a man to speak my mind, Lord Boric, but these are difficult times. Should anyone else have passed through, there would have been only polite conversation. You are unique, for with the prince estranged from his nephew, you are the only man in the kingdom with the strength and rank to possibly influence the king. I do not envy your weighty position, my friend. When Roderick III was king, I was among the most powerful nobles in the east, but I might as well be a landless freebooter for all the influence I now hold in Roderick IV's court. Keras paused. Oh, we're in ads. Ads. Chat, we're 217 pages into this book so far. We're approaching the halfway point. I'll pop it, I'll be right back. What the fuck? If you may, you wait for me to go on a little be right back and you drop 10 subs. Think I'm not going to say anything about that? Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Thank you for giving subs to Level Up Kent, Freezy, Shrek of New York, Playaya _ the one and only Sam _ I got Bee's Knees, Harvey Heartbeat, Tyrolin, the Knight's Wrath, and Sandwich Maker. What a bunch of great names. I got Bee's Knees. I love that name. And that hit our little sub goal for the month as well, for 10 subs in a single go. Even though we only had one left in that. So, good job. Level Up Ken is a legend. Haven't met them yet. Yeah, Fime, you weren't here when I was showing off the new voices coming up in the book stream. Well, Joy Zero TV, folks. It's Joey. It's my boy, Joey. Look at this guy. Do I have a
Did it for me.
Look at that flesh form. Flesh Joey's not real. He can't hurt you anymore. It's like he laughed at me saying that. I don't know how I feel about this. See, I've not been in Joey's streams long enough to have seen his flesh form. His previous form. And yeah, Joey, the ads rolled and Efime was like, you know what? Time to hurl money at mealtime with Dad. So thank you again, Efime. That was really generous of you. But as I was saying before you did that, do you want to have a little sneak peek at a couple of the voices I have I've got lined up for use in the book stream? Because you were here.
You were here to hear my dragon voice. You'll be hearing this again at some point.
But coming up later in the book, you'll also be hearing
This voice, the voice of the Valkyrie.
And you'll also be hearing this voice, a voice of a different Valkyrie. Who are the Valkyrie?
You'll just have to keep tuning in to find out.
It's like you're speaking directly into my soul. Now say some ooh shit. Welcome to the studio, Joe. It is me, the Harmonium.
I think I literally got brain cancer from doing that. Jesus fuck. Let's go back over here. Back to my library. My ADHD ain't processing that shit. Said makers, I need 4 audio streams simultaneously. Mantle. They're different streams.
Yeah, this is different streams of consciousness.
Just woke up. Joe, your sleep schedule seems like it's all sorts of fucked up. Alright. Let us get back to our book, shall we? Your black-hearted cousin Guy is now the closest to the king, and the Duke of Bastira and I have little love between us. Our reasons for disliking one another are not as personal as yours, but as his star rises, mine falls even more. Keras slapped his hands as the cold was beginning to bite. But one bit of good news. Guy is wintering at his estate near Pointer's Head, so the king is free of his plotting at the present. Keras gripped Boric's arm. Use whatever influence you can muster to stem the king's impulsive nature, Lord Boric. For with this invasion you bring word of, we need to stand united. A lengthy war would drain us of what little reserves we possess, and should the kingdom be put to the test, I do not know whether it would endure. Boric said nothing, but even his worst fears since leaving the prince were surpassed by Keras's remarks. The Duke of Salador said, "One last thing, Boric. With Erland having refused the crown 13 years ago, and the rumors of his health failing, many of the Congress of Lords will be looking to you for guidance. Where you lead, many will follow, even some of us in the East." Boric said coldly, "Are you speaking of civil war?" Keras waved a hand, a pained expression on his face. His eyes seemed moist as if near tears. "I am ever loyal to the crown, Boric, but if it comes to the right of things, the kingdom must prevail. No one man is more important than the kingdom." Boric said through clenched jaws, "The king is the kingdom." Keras said, "You would not be the man you are and say otherwise. I hope you are able to direct the king's energies towards this trouble in the west, for should the kingdom be imperiled, others will not hold to such lofty beliefs. Boric's tone softened a little as they walked up the steps leading from the garden. I know you mean well, Lord Keras, and there is only love of the realm in your heart. Have faith and pray, for I will do whatever I can to ensure the survival of the kingdom. Keras stood before the door back into the palace. I fear we will all be in deep water soon, my lord Boric. I pray this invasion you speak of will not be the wave that drowns us. In whatever way I can aid you, I will. He turned toward the door, which was opened by a servant. Loudly he said, I will bid you a good night, for I can see you're all tired. The tension in the room was heavy as Boric, Arutha, and Pug re-entered, and the Duke's mood was one of dark reflection. Servants came to show the guests to their rooms, and Pug followed a boy near his own age, dressed in the Duke's livery. Pug looked over his shoulder as they left the hall to see the Duke and his son standing together, speaking quietly to Culgan. Pug was shown to an elegant but small room, and ignoring the richness of the bed covers, fell across them still fully clothed. The servant voice said, Do you need aid in undressing, squire? Pug sat up and looked at the boy with such a frank expression of wonder that the servant backed away a step. If that'll be all, squire? He asked, obviously uncomfortable. Pug just laughed. The boy stood uncertainly for an instant, then bowed and hurriedly left the room. Pug pulled off his clothing, wondering at the eastern nobles and the servants who had to help them undress. He was too tired to fold his garments, simply letting them fall to the floor in a heap. After blowing out the bedside candle, Pug lay for a time in the darkness, troubled by the evening's discussion. He knew little of court intrigue, but knew that Keras must have been deeply worried to speak as he did before strangers, in spite of Boric's reputation as a man of high honor. Pug thought of all the things that had taken place in the last months, and knew that his dreams of the king answering the call of Cryde with banners flying were another boyish fantasy shattered upon the hard rock of reality. And so ends chapter 12. What are we feeling, Chad? Do we want to keep going? I could squeeze in another chapter tonight. Oh, this chapter's fairly short as well. So the halfway point? Not quite. Not quite. I think once you get to about chapter 16, 17 is the halfway point. Chapter 13. Rillanon. That's such a difficult word to say. Rillanon. It's Rillanon. Yes, that was my Murloc sound. I can also do a passable Wookiee sound as well. I'm not doing it right now. The ship sailed into the harbour. The climate of the kingdom was more clement than that of the Bitter Sea, and the journey from Salador had proven uneventful. They'd had to beat attack much of the way against a steady northwest wind, so 3 weeks had passed instead of 2. Pug stood on the foredeck of the ship, his cloak pulled tightly around him. The winter wind's bitterness had given way to a softer cool, as if spring were but a few days in coming. Rillanon was called the Jewel of the Kingdom, and Pug judged the name richly deserved. Unlike the squat cities of the west, Rillanon stood a mass of tall spires, gracefully arched bridges, and gently twisting roadways scattered atop rolling hills in a delightful confusion. Upon heroic towers, banners and pennons fluttered in the wind, as if the city celebrated the simple fact of its own existence. To Pug, even as the ferrymen who worked the barges going to and from the ships at anchor in the harbour were more colourful. Let's try that again. Even the ferrymen who worked the barges going to and from the ships in anchor at the harbour were more colourful for being within the enchantment of Rillanon. The Duke of Salador had ordered a ducal banner sewn for Boric, and it now flew from the top of the ship's mainmast, informing the officials of the royal city that the Duke of Cryde had arrived. Boric's ship was given priority in docking by the ship's harbour pilot, and quickly the ship was being secured at the royal quay. The party disembarked and was met by a company of the royal household guard. At the head of the guards was an old, grey-haired but still erect man who greeted Boric warmly. As the two men embraced, the older man, dressed in the royal purple and gold of the guard, the ducal signet over his heart, said, "Boric, it's good to see you once more. What has it been, 10, 11 years? Aldrich, old friend, it has been 13. Boric regarded him fondly. He had clear blue eyes and a short salt and pepper beard. The man shook his head and smiled. It has been much too long. He looked at the others. Spying Pug, he said, "Is this your younger boy?" Boric laughed. "No, though he would be no shame to me if he were." He pointed out the lanky figure of Arutha. "This is my son. Arutha, come and greet your great uncle." Arutha stepped forward, and the two embraced. Duke Caldric, Lord of Rillanon, Knight General of the King's Royal Household Guard, and Royal Chancellor, pushed Arutha back and regarded him at arm's length. "You were but a boy when I last saw you. I should have known you, for though you have some of your father's looks, you also resemble my dear brother, your mother's father, greatly. You do honor to my family." Boric said, "Well, old warhorse, how is your city?" Caldric said, "There is much to speak of, but not here. We shall bring you to the king's palace and quarter you in comfort. We shall have much time to visit. What brings you here to Rillanon?" "I have pressing business with his majesty, but it is not something to be spoken of in the streets. Let us go to the palace." The Duke and his party were given mounts, and the escort cleared away the crowds as they rode through the city. If Krondor and Salador had impressed Pug with their splendor, Rillanon left him speechless. The island city was built upon many hills with several small rivers running down to the sea. It seemed to be a city of bridges and canals as much as towers and spires. Many of the buildings seemed new, and Pug thought that this must be part of the king's plan for rebuilding the city. At several points along the way, he saw workers removing old stones from a building or erecting new walls and roofs. The newer buildings were faced with colourful stonework, many of marble and quartz, giving them a soft white, blue, or pink colour. The cobblestones in the streets were clean, and gutters ran free of the clogs and debris Pug had seen in the other cities. Whatever else he might be doing, the boy thought, the king is maintaining a marvelous city. Gotta hydrate some more. Slurpy, slurpy. A river ran before the palace, so that the entrance was made over a high bridge that arched across the water into the main courtyard. The palace was a collection of great buildings connected by long halls that sprawled atop a hillside in the center of the city. It was faced with many-colored stone, giving it a rainbow aspect. As they entered the courtyard, trumpets sounded from the walls, and guards stood to attention. Porters stepped forward to take the mounts, while a collection of palace nobles and officials stood near the palace entrance in welcome. Approaching, Pug noticed that the greeting given by those men was formal and lacked the personal warmth of Duke Caldric's welcome. He stood behind Calgan and Meacham so he could hear Caldric's voice. "My Lord Boric, Duke of Crydy, may I present Baron Grey, His Majesty's steward of the royal household." This was a short, plump man in a tight-fitting tunic of red silk and pale grey hose that bagged at the knees. Earl Selvig, First Lord of the Royal Navies. A tall, gaunt man with thin waxed moustache bowed stiffly, and so on through the entire company. Each made a short statement of pleasure at Lord Boric's arrival, but Pug felt there was little sincerity in their remarks. They were taken to their quarters. Calgan had to raise a fuss to have Meacham near him, but Baron Grey had wanted to send him to the distant servants' wing of the palace, but he relented when Caldric asserted himself as royal chancellor. The room that Pug was shown to far surpassed in splendor anything he had yet seen. The floors were polished marble, and the walls were made from the same material, but flecked with what looked to be gold. A great mirror hung in a small room to one side of the sleeping quarters, where a large, gilded bathtub sat. A steward put his few belongings, what they had picked up along the way, since their own baggage had been lost in the forest, in a gigantic closet that could have held 12 times all that Pug owned. After the man had finished, he inquired, "Shall I ready your bath, sir?" Pug nodded, for 3 weeks aboard ship had made his clothes feel as if they were sticking to him. When the bath was ready, the steward said, "Lord Caldric will expect the Duke's party for dinner in 4 hours' time, sir. Shall I return then?" Pug said yes, impressed with the man's diplomacy. He knew only that Pug had arrived with the Duke and left it to Pug to decide whether or not he was to be included in the dinner invitation. As he slipped into the warm water, Pug let out a long sigh of relief. He had never been one for baths when he was a keep boy, preferring to wash away dirt in the sea and streams near the castle. Now he could learn to enjoy them. He mused about what Thomas would have thought of that. He drifted off in a warm haze of memories. One very pleasant of a dark-haired, lovely princess, and one sad of a sandy-haired boy. The dinner of the night before had been an informal occasion, with Duke Caldric hosting Lord Boric's party. Now they stood in the royal throne room, waiting to be presented to the king. The hall was vast, a high vaulted affair, with the entire southern wall fashioned of floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Hundreds of nobles stood around as the Duke's party was led down a central aisle between onlookers. Pug had not thought it possible to consider Duke Boric poorly dressed, for he's always worn the finest clothing in Cryde, as had his children. But among the finery and evidence around the room, Boric looked like a raven amid a flock of peacocks. Here, a pearl-studded doublet, there, a gold thread-embroidered tunic. Each noble seemed to be outdoing the next. Every lady wore the costliest silks and brocades, but only slightly outshone the men. Actually, before we move on, let's turn our attention to the map. Map, come forth. Bloop. Alright. You see that little island there on the right hand side? Not the one on the very, very edge. The one inwards towards the center. Like center right, if you will. That's where our heroes are at now. The Kingdom of Ridanon. You can't see my cursor on here, so I can't wave it, but that's where we're at. Actually, what if I do this? Hello, we're over here. Yes, I waved myself. I turned myself into a cursor. You know how I do. Improvise, adapt, evolve. Eat ass. Alright. So yeah, that's where we are, geographically. They halted before the throne.
4 big guys, and they bust on my eyes. They eat my ass just like apple pie. If they keep fucking me like this, I might just die. They pipe my booty till I cry.
We're eating ass emotionally. Being fucked till we die emotionally. Okay. Unless Booty leans to the left when she goes to eat ass, she ends up eating thigh instead. Or hip. For those that don't know Booty, she has scoliosis, so that was a crooked spine joke. Nice. Thanks, Dad. How you doing, Booty? Long time no see. While you type, I'm going to get back to reading this little bookie book here. And Caldric announced the Duke. The king smiled, and Pug was struck by the faint resemblance to Arutha, though the king's manner was more relaxed. He leaned forward on his throne and said, "Welcome to our city, cousin. It is good to see Cryde in this hall after so many years." Boric stepped forward and knelt before Roderick IV, King of the Kingdom of the Isles. "I am gladdened to see your majesty well." A brief shadow passed over the monarch's face, and then he smiled again. "Present to us your companions." The Duke presented his son, and the king said, Well, it is true one of the Condoin line carries the blood of our mother's kin besides once ourselves. Arutha bowed and backed away. Halgan was next as one of the Duke's advisors. Meacham, who had no rank in the Duke's court, had stayed in his room. The king said something polite, and Pug was introduced. Squire Pug of Crydy, your majesty, master of Forest Deep, and member of my court. The king clapped his hands together and laughed. The boy who kills trolls, how wonderful! Travelers have carried the tale from the far shores of Crydy, and we would hear it spoken by the author of the brave deed. We must meet later so that you may tell us of this marvel. Pug bowed awkwardly, feeling 1,000 eyes upon him. There'd been times before when he'd wished the troll story had not been spread, but never so much as now. Booty says, I was showing off some books that had designs across the spines of all 4 of them. I said, I love how the spines line up on these, and Bootcake goes, what would you know about that? Oh, fuck, that's merciless. I bet he dropped it with 0 fucking hesitation as well, just like, bam. It be your own people. He backed away, and the king said, Tonight we will hold a ball to honor the arrival of our cousin Boric. He stood, arranging his purple robes around him, and pulled his golden chain of office over his head. A page placed the chain on a purple velvet cushion. The king then lifted his golden crown from his black-tressed head and handed it to another page. The crowd bowed as he stepped down from his throne. Come, cousin, he said to Boric. Let us retire to my private balcony where we can speak without all the rigors of office. I grow weary of the pomp. Boric nodded and fell in next to the king, motioning Pug and the others to wait. Duke Caldric announced that the day's audience was at an end, and that those with petitions for the king should return the next day. Slowly, the crowd moved out the 2 great doors at the end of the hall, while Arutha, Halgan, and Pug stood by. Caldric approached and said, I will show you a room where you may wait. It would be well for you to stay close, should His Majesty call for your attendance. A steward of the court took them through a small door near the one the king had escorted Boric through. They entered a large, comfortable room with a long table in the center laden with fruit, cheese, bread, and wine. At the table were many chairs, and around the edge of the room were several divans with plump cushions piled upon them. Arutha crossed over to large glass doors and peered through them. I can see Father and the King sitting on the royal balcony. Halgan and Pug joined him and looked to where Arutha indicated. The 2 men were at a table overlooking the city and the sea beyond. The king was speaking with expansive gestures, and Boric nodded as he listened. Pug said, I had not expected His Majesty would look like you, Your Highness. Arutha replied with a wry smile. It is not so surprising when you consider that, as my father was cousin to his father, so my mother was cousin to his mother. Cargan put his hand on Pug's shoulder. Many of the noble families have more than one tie between them, Pug. Cousins who are 4 and 5 times removed will marry for reasons of politics and bring the families closer again. I doubt there is one noble family in the East that can't claim some relationship to the crown, though it may be distant and follow along a twisted route. They returned to the table, and Pug nibbled at a piece of cheese. The king seems in good humor, he said, cautiously approaching the subject they all had on in their minds. Cargan looked pleased at the circumspect manner of the boy's comment, but after leaving Salador, Boric had cautioned them all regarding Duke Keris's remark. He had ended his admonition with the old adage, "In the halls of power there are no secrets, and even the deaf can hear." Arutha said, "Our monarch is a man of moods. Let us hope he stays in a good one after he hears father's tidings." When the afternoon slowly passed, and as they awaited word from the Duke, when the shadows outside had grown long, Boric suddenly appeared at the door. He crossed over to stand before them, a troubled expression on his face. His Majesty spent most of the afternoon explaining his plans for the rebirth of the kingdom. Arutha said, "Did you tell him of the Surani?" The Duke nodded. He listened, and then calmly informed me that he would consider the matter. "We will speak again in a day or so," was all he said. Cargan said, "At least he was in good humor." Boric regarded his old advisor. "I fear too good. I expected some sign of alarm. I do not ride across the kingdom for minor cause, but he seemed unmoved by what I had to tell him." Cargan looked worried. "We are overlong on this journey as it is. Let us hope His Majesty will not take long in deciding upon a course of action." Boric sat heavily in a chair and reached for a glass of wine. "Let us hope." Pug walked through the door to the king's private quarters, his mouth dry with anticipation. He was to have his interview with King Roderick in a few minutes, and he was unsettled to be alone with the ruler of the kingdom. Each time he had been in the presence of powerful nobles, he had been in the shadow of the Duke or his son, coming forward to tell briefly what he knew of the Surani, then able to disappear quickly back into the background. Now he was to be the only guest of the most powerful man north of the Empire of Great Kesh. A house steward showed him through the door to the king's private balcony. Several servants stood around the edge of a large open veranda, and the king occupied the lone table, a carved marble affair, under a large canopy. The day was clear. Spring was coming early, as winter had before it, and there was a hint of warmth in the gusting air. Below the balcony, past the hedges and stone walls that marked its edge, Pug could see the city of Rillanon and the sea beyond. The colourful rooftops shone brightly in the midday sun, as the last snows had melted completely over the last 4 days. Ships sailed in and out of the harbour, and the streets teemed with citizens. You know what? I'm gonna turn my map off, and I'll just put it up as and when needed, just so we have the cozy library scene. faint cries of merchants and hawkers shouting over the noise of the streets floated up to become a soft buzzing where the king took his midday meal. As Pug approached the table, a servant pulled out a chair. The king turned and said, "Ah, Squire Pug, please take a seat." Pug began a bow, and the king said, "Enough. I don't stand on formality when I dine with a friend." Pug hesitated and then said, Your Majesty honors me," as he sat. Roderick waved the comment away. "I remember what it is to be a boy in the company of men. When I was but a little older than you, I took the crown. Until then, I was only my father's son." His eyes got a distant look for a moment, and then he said, "The prince, it's true, but still only a boy. My opinion counted for nothing, and I never seemed to satisfy my father's expectations in hunting, riding, sailing, or swordplay. I took many a hiding from my tutors, Caldric among them. That all changed when I became king, but I still remember what it was like." He turned towards Pug, and the distant expression vanished as he smiled. "And I do wish us to be friends." He glanced away, and again his expression turned distant. "One can't have too many friends now, can one? And since I'm the king, there are so many who claim to be my friend, but aren't." He was silent a moment, and then came out of his reverie. "What do you think of my city?" Pug said, "I've never seen anything like it, Majesty. It's wonderful." Roderick looked out across the vista before them. "Yes, it is, isn't it?" He waved a hand, and a servant poured wine into a crystal goblets. Pug sipped at his. He still hadn't developed a taste for wine, but found this very good, light and fruity with a hint of spices. Roderick said, "I have tried very hard to make Rillanon a wonderful place for those who live here. I would have the day come when all the cities of the kingdom are as fine as this, where everywhere the eye travels there is beauty. It would take 100 lifetimes to do that, so I can only set the pattern, building an example for those who follow to imitate. But where I find a brick, I leave marble, and those who see it will know it for what it is, my legacy." The king seemed to ramble a bit, and Pug wasn't sure of all that he was saying as he continued to talk about buildings and gardens and removing ugliness from view. Abruptly, the king changed topics. "Tell me how you killed the trolls." "Oh, give me a second, chat." Pug told him, and the king seemed to hang on every word. When the boy had finished, the king said, "That is a wonderful tale. It is better than the versions that have reached the court. While it is not half so heroic, it is twice as impressive for being true." "You have a stout heart, Squire Pug." Pug said, "Thank you, Majesty." Roderick said, "In your tale, you mentioned the Princess Carleen." "Yes, Majesty? I have not seen her since she was a baby in her mother's arms. What sort of woman has she become?" Pug found the shift in topic surprising, but said, "She's become a beautiful woman, Majesty, much like her mother. She is bright and quick, if given to a little temper." The king nodded. "Her mother was a beautiful woman. If the daughter is half as lovely, she is lovely indeed. Can she reason?" Pug looked confused. "Majesty?" Has she a good head for reason, logic? Can she argue? Pug nodded vigorously. Yes, your majesty. The princess is very good at that. The king rubbed his hands together. Good. I must have Boric send her for a visit. Most of these Eastern ladies are vapid without substance. I was hoping Boric gave the girl an education. I would like to meet a young woman who knew logic and philosophy and could argue and declaim. Pug suddenly realized that what the king had meant by arguing wasn't what he had thought. He decided it was best to not mention the discrepancy. The king continued, My ministers done me to seek a wife and gave the kingdom an heir. I have been busy and frankly have found little to interest me in the court ladies. Oh, they're fine for a moonlight walk and other things, but mother of my heirs? I hardly think so. But I should become serious in my search for a queen. Perhaps the only conjoined daughter would be the logical place to start. Pug began to mention another conjoined daughter and then stifled the impulse, remembering the tension between the king and Anita's father. Beside, the girl was only 7. The king shifted topics again. For 4 days, cousin Boric has regaled me with tales of these aliens, these Surani. What do you think of all this business? Pug looked startled. He had not thought the king might ask him for an opinion on anything, let alone a matter as important as the security of the kingdom. He thought for a long moment, trying to frame his answer as best he could, and then said, From everything I have seen and heard, your majesty, I think these Surani people are not only planning to invade, but are already here. The king raised an eyebrow. Oh? I would like to hear your reasoning. Pug considered his words carefully. If there has been as many sightings as we are aware of, Majesty, considering the stealth these people are employing, wouldn't it be logical that there are many more occurrences of their coming that we don't know of? The king nodded. A good proposition. Continue. Then might it also not be true that once the snows have fallen, we are less likely to find signs of them, as they are holding to remote areas? Roderick nodded, and Pug continued, If they are as warlike as the Duke and others have said them to be, I think they've mapped out the west to find a good place to bring their soldiers during the winter so they can launch their offensive this spring. The king slapped the table with his hand. A good exercise in logic, Pug. Motioning for the servants to bring in food, he said, Now, let us eat. Food of an amazing variety and amount for just the two of them was produced, and Pug picked small amounts of many things so as not to appear indifferent to the king's generosity. Roderick asked him a few questions as they dined, and Pug answered as well as he could. As Pug was finishing his meal, the king put his elbow on the table and stroked his beardless chin. He stared out into space for a long time, and Pug began to feel self-conscious, not knowing the proper courtesy toward a king who is lost in thought. He elected to sit quietly. After a time, Roderick came out of his reverie. There was a troubled note in his voice as he looked at Pug and said, Why do these people come to plague us now? There is so much to be done. I can't have a war disrupting my plans. He stood and paced around the balcony for a while, leaving Pug standing, for he had risen when the king had. Roderick turned to Pug. I must send for Duke Guy. He will advise me. He has a head for such things. The king paced, looking at the city for a few minutes more, while Pug stood by his chair. He heard the monarch mutter to himself about the great works that must not be interrupted, and then felt a tug on his sleeve. He turned and saw a palace steward standing quietly at his side. With a smile and gesture towards the door, the steward indicated that the interview was at an end. Pug followed the man to the door, wondering at the staff's ability to recognize the moods of the king. Pug was shown the way back to his room, and he asked the servant to carry word to Lord Boric that Pug wished to see him if he was not busy. He went into his room and sat down to think. A short time later, he was brought out of his musing by a knock at the door. He gave permission to the caller to enter, and the same steward who had carried the message to the Duke entered, with a message that Boric would see Pug at once. Pug followed the man from his room and sent him away, saying he could find the Duke's room without guidance. He walked slowly, thinking of what he was going to tell the Duke. Two things were abundantly clear to the boy. The king was not pleased to hear that the Sorani were a potential threat to his kingdom, and Lord Boric would be equally displeased to hear that Guy du Bastira was being called to Rillanon. As with every dinner over the last few days, there was a hushed mood at the table. The 5 men of Cryde sat eating in the Duke's quarters with palace servants, all wearing the king's purple and gold badge on their dark tunics, hovering nearby. The Duke was chafing to leave Rillanon for the west. Nearly 4 months had passed since they left Cryde, the entire winter. Spring was upon them, and if the Sorani were going to attack as they all believed, it was only a matter of days now. Arutha's restlessness matched his father's. Even Culgan showed signs that the waiting was telling upon him. Only Meacham, who revealed nothing of his feelings, seemed content to wait. Pug also longed for home. He had grown bored in the palace. He wished to go back to his tower in his studies, and he wished to see Carleen again, although he didn't speak of this to anyone. Lately, he found himself remembering her in a softer light, forgiving those qualities that had once irritated him. He also knew, with mixed feelings of anticipation, that he might discover the fate of Thomas. Dolgan should soon send word to Cryde if the thaw came early to the mountains. Boric had endured several more meetings with the king over the last week, each ending unsatisfactorily as far as he was concerned. I said that weirdly. Unsatisfactorily. Unsatisfactorily. There we go. I shouldn't be drinking rum and reading. The last had been hours ago, but he would say nothing about it until the room was emptied of servants. As the last dishes were being cleared away, and the servants were pouring the king's finest Keshian brandy, a knock came at the door, and Duke Caldric entered, waving the servants outside. When the room was cleared, he turned to the Duke. Boric, I'm sorry to interrupt your dining, but I have news. Boric stood as did the others. Please join us. Here, take a glass. Caldric took the offered brandy and sat in Pug's chair, while the boy pulled another over. The Duke of Rillanon sipped his brandy and said, "Messengers arrived an hour ago from the Duke of Bastira. Guy expresses alarm over the possibility that the king might be unduly distressed by these rumors of trouble in the west." Boric stood and threw his glass across the room, shattering it. Amber fluid dripped down the wall as the Duke of Cryde nearly roared with anger. What game does Guy play at? What is this talk of rumors and undue distress? Caldric raised a hand and Boric calmed a little, sitting again. The old Duke said, I myself penned the king's call to Guy. Everything you had told, every piece of information and every surmise was included. I can only think Guy is ensuring that the king reaches no decision until he arrives at the palace. Boric drummed his fingers on the table and looked at Caldric with anger flashing in his eyes. What is Bastira doing? If war comes, it will come to Cryde and Yabon. My people will suffer. My lands will be ravaged. Caldric shook his head slowly. I will speak plainly, old friend. Since the estrangement between the king and his uncle Erland, Guy plays to advance his own banner to primacy in the kingdom. I think that, should Erland's health fail, Guy sees himself wearing the purple of Crondor. Through clenched teeth, Boric said, And hear me clearly, Caldric. I would not put that burden on myself or mine for any but the highest purpose. But if Erland is as ill as I think, in spite of his claims otherwise, it will be Anita who sits the throne in Crondor, not Black Guy. If I have to march the armies of the West into Crondor and assume the regency myself, that is what will be, even should Roderick wish it otherwise. Only if the king has issue will another take the western throne. Caldric looked at Boric calmly. And will he be branded traitor to the crown? Boric slapped the table with his hand. Curse the day that villain was born. I regret that I must acknowledge him kinsman. Caldric waited for a moment until Boric calmed down and then said, I know you better than you know yourself, Boric. You would not raise the war banner of the West against the king, though you might happily strangle your cousin Guy. It was always a sad thing for me that the kingdom's two finest generals could hate each other so. Aye, and with cause. Every time there is a call to aid the West, it is cousin Guy who opposes. Every time there is an intrigue and a title is lost, it is one of Guy's favorites who gains. How can you not see? It was only because of you, Brukal of Yabon, and I held myself firm that... Wait. It is only because you, Brukal of Yabon, and I myself held firm that Congress did not name Guy regent for Roderick's first 3 years. He stood before every duke in the kingdom and called you a tired old man who was not fit to rule in the king's name. How can you forget? Caldric did look tired and old as he sat in the chair, one hand shading his eyes, as if the room light were too bright. Softly he said, I do see, and I haven't forgotten. But he is also my kinsman by marriage, and if I were not here, how much more influence do you think he would have with Roderick? As a boy, the king idolized him, seeing him in a dashing hero, a fighter of first rank, a defender of the kingdom. Boric leaned back in his chair. I am sorry, Caldric, he said, his voice losing its harsh edge. I'm sorry, Caldric, ads are playing on Twitch, so we have to stop mid-sentence. donated 10 subs to my channel earlier on today. That was a wonderful thing to do. Something that only a very good boy would do. A very, very boy.
Yes, Daddy.
Looks like the damage finished. I hope you all had fun consuming those corporate messages from the friendliest of sponsors. Let's get back to this. Now, where was I? I'm sorry, Caldric, he said, his voice losing its harsh edge. I know you act for the good of us all, and Guy did play the hero, rolling the Keshian army back at Deep Taunton all those years ago. I should not speak of things I have not seen firsthand. Arutha sat passively through all of this, but his eyes showed he felt the same anger as his father. He moved forward in his chair, and the dukes looked at him. Boric said, "You have something to say, my son?" Arutha spread his hands wide before him. In all this, the thought has bothered me. Should the Serani come, how would it profit Guy to see the king hesitate? Boric drummed his fingers on the table. That is the puzzle, for in spite of his scheming, Guy would not imperil the kingdom, not despite me. Would it not serve him, said Arutha, to let the West suffer a little until the issue was in doubt, then come at the head of the armies of the East, the conquering hero, as he was at Deep Taunton? Caldric considered this. Even Guy could not think so little of these aliens, I would hope. Arutha paced the room. But consider what he knows. The ramblings of a dying man, a surmise on the nature of a ship that only Pug here has seen, and I caught a glimpse, that only Pug here has seen, and I caught but a glimpse of as it slid into the sea. Conjecture by a priest and a magician, both callings Guy holds in little regard. Some migrating dark brothers, he might discount such news. But it is all there for the seeing, protested Boric. Galdric watched the young prince pace the room. Perhaps you are right. What may be lacking is the urgency of your words, an urgency lacking in the dry message of ink and parchment. When he arrives, we must convince him. Boric nearly spat his words. It is for the king to decide, not Guy. But the king has given much weight to Guy's counsel, Galdric said. If you are to gain command of the armies of the West, it is Guy who must be convinced. Boric looked shocked. I do not want the honors of the banner of the armies. I only wish for Erland to be free to aid me should there be need. Baldric placed both hands upon the table. Boric, for all your wisdom, you are much the rustic noble. Erland cannot lead the armies. He is not well. Even if he could, the king would not allow it, nor would he give leave for Erland's marshal, Dulanik. You've seen Roderick at his best of late. When the black moods are upon him, he fears for his life. None dare say it, but the king suspects his uncle of plotting for the crown. Ridiculous, exclaimed Boric. The crown was Erland's for the asking 13 years ago. There was no clear succession. Roderick's father had not named him heir apparent, and Erland's claim was as clear as the king's, perhaps more so. Only Guy, or those that sought to use the boy, pressed Roderick's claim. Most of the Congress would have sustained Erland as king. I know, but times are different, and the boy is a boy no longer. He is now a frightened young man who is sick from fear. Whether it is due to Guy and the others' influence or some other illness of the mind, I do not know. The king does not think as other men do. No king does, and Boric, and Roderick less than most. Ridiculous as it may seem, he will not give the armies of the West to his uncle. I am also afraid that once Guy has his ear, he will not give them to you either. Boric opened his mouth to say something, but Calgan interrupted. Excuse me, your graces, but may I suggest something? Galdric looked at Boric, who nodded. Calgan cleared his throat and said, Would the king give the armies of the West to Duke Brukal of Yabon? Comprehension slowly dawned on Boric's and Caldric's faces, until the Duke of Crydy threw back his head and laughed. Slamming his fist on the table, he nearly shouted, Calgan, if you had not served me well in all the years I've known you, tonight you have. He turned to Caldric. What do you think? Caldric smiled for the first time since entering the room. Brukal? That old war dog? There's no more honest man in the kingdom, and he is not in the line of succession. He would be beyond even Guy's attempts to discredit. Should he receive command of the armies, Arutha finished the thought. He would call Father to be his chief advisor. He knows Father as the finest commander in the West. Caldric sat straight up in his chair, excitement on his face. You would even have command of the armies of Yabon. Yes, said Arutha, and Lamut, Zun, and Elith, and the rest. And Yelith, and the rest. Caldric stood. I think it will work. Say nothing to the king tomorrow. I will find the proper time to make the suggestion. Pray that his majesty approves. Caldric took his leave, and Pug could see for the first time that there was hope for a good ending for the journey. Even Arutha, who had fumed like black thunder all week, looked nearly happy. Pug was awakened by a pounding at the door. He sleepily called out for whoever was there to enter, and the door opened. A royal steward peeked in. Sir, the king commands all in the Duke's party to join him in the throne room at once. He held a lantern for Pug's convenience. Pug said he would come straight away and hurriedly got dressed. Outside it was still dark, and he felt anxious about what caused this surprised summons. The hopeful feeling of the night before, after Caldric had left, was replaced by a gnawing worry that the unpredictable king had somehow learned of the plan to circumvent the arrival of the Duke of Bastira. Hey, Helena. Oh, Helena. Sorry about that. How's it going? Thanks for the first time chat. Welcome in. Welcome into my library. This is where we read books. We're reading Magician. Here's a map. Helena. There we go. So Magician is set, or at least this book is set in the world or the realm of Mid-Kemia. And we and our heroes are currently located oh, I need to do this. Currently located over here next to this tiny island next to my head. We're approaching the halfway point of book 1. 1 of 30. Hope your night's going well. You're enjoying your little lurk. He was still buckling his belt about his tunic when he left the room. He hurried down the hall with the steward beside him holding a lantern against the dark, as the torches and candles usually lit in the evening had all been extinguished. When they arrived in the throne room, the Duke, Arutha, and Culgan were all arriving also, all looking apprehensively toward Roderick, who paced by the throne, still in his night robes. Duke Caldric stood to one side, a grave expression on his face. The room was dark, save for the lanterns carried by the students. As soon as the guards were gathered before the throne, Roderick flew into a rage. "Cousin, do you know what I have here?" he screamed, holding out a sheaf of parchment. Boric said he didn't. Roderick's voice lowered only a little. "It is a message from Yabon that fool Brukel has let those Surani aliens attack and destroy one of his garrisons. Look at these!" He nearly shrieked, throwing the parchments towards Boric. Culgan picked them up and handed them to the Duke. "Never mind," said the king, his voice returning to near normalcy. "I'll tell you what they say. These invaders have attacked into the free cities near Walenor. They have attacked into the elven forests. They have attacked Stone Mountain. They have attacked Cryde." Without thinking, Boric said, "What news from Cryde?" The king stopped his pacing and looked at Boric, and for a moment, Pug saw madness in his eyes. He closed them briefly, and then opened them, and Pug could see the king was himself again. He shook his head slightly and raised his hand to his temple. "I have only second-hand news from Bruchal. When those messages left 6 weeks ago, there had only been one attack at Cryde. Your son Liam reports the victory was total, driving the aliens deep into the forest. Aldrich stepped forwards. All reports say the same thing. Heavily armed companies of foot soldiers attacked during the night, before the snows had melted, taking the garrisons by surprise. Little is known, save that a garrison of Lamutians near Stone Mountain was overrun. All other attacks seem to have been driven back. He looked at Boric meaningfully. There is no word of the Surani using cavalry. Boric said, then perhaps Tali was right, and they have no horses. The king seemed to be dizzy, for he took a staggering step backwards and sat on his throne. Again, he placed a hand to his temple and then said, "What is this talk of horses? My kingdom is invaded. These creatures dare to attack my soldiers." Boric looked at the king. "What would your majesty have me do?" The king's voice rose. "Do? I was going to wait for my loyal Duke of Bastira to arrive before I made any decision, but now I must act." He paused, and his face took on a Valpine look, as his dark eyes gleamed in the lantern light. "I was considering giving the armies of the west to Brukal, but the doddering old fool can't even protect his own garrisons." Boric was about to protest on Brukal's behalf, but Arutha, knowing his father, gripped his arm. And the Duke remained silent. The king said, "Boric, you must leave Cryde to your son. He is capable enough, I should think, and he's given us our only victory so far." His eyes wandered, and he giggled. He shook his head for a moment, and his voice lost its frantic edge. "Oh, gods, these pains. I think my head will burst." He closed his eyes briefly. Welcome on in. Woo! Is my clip player going to do the thing? Why didn't my clip player do the thing? It didn't do the auto shout out is why. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Meltdown with Dad. Give me a second to play this little shout out clip.
Put them together right.
You know what's really good is graham crackers and milk. Like if you did it like a bowl of cereal. That's a bad habit that my dad showed me when I was a kid.
Graham crackers and milk sounds delicious. Sour cream and Oreo. Welcome in, folks. Ah, so you were doing some writing. Blue App 06, welcome in. Kubo's Kube, welcome in. And woo, welcome in. So, woo. Please tell me a little bit about your stream, about the book that you're writing. I'd love to get to know you a little bit more. And while you type that, unless you have to raid and run, and then by all means, feel free to raid and run, and don't spend any time dealing with my bullshit. But if you are going to type out a reply, I'll introduce myself in the meantime. Folks, my name is Meltdown with Dad. I've been streaming for 6 months now, started in September. I'm a variety streamer from Alberta, Canada. I'm 36. And I have a son who we call Mealtime Junior around here. Sometimes he shows up on my streams when I have him with me. I have him here every other week. As I said, I'm a variety streamer. Sometimes we do reading. We're reading through Magician by Raymond D. Feist, which will subsequently lead us to read the entirety of the Rift War cycle, which is a 30-book saga. So we're going to be at that for a while. We also play video games, primarily narrative video games. On the rotation, we have Baldur's Gate, Cyberpunk, and we have Hades. We also have Near Automata. I'm also a food and drink streamer. We do cooking. And every once in a while, when I'm adding a new game to the stream rotation, we do art. Where I take the game's art, I take one of my emotes, and I mash them together and change the logo to have the word dad in it, which is a lot more difficult than it sounds. If any of you folks that rated in and are chatting are streamers yourselves, please also let me know. I only became an affiliate because other people encouraged me to promote myself in their streams. So I invite all of you that do stream to do the same. The platform's big enough for all of us to succeed. Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. Well, we counted to 1,000, which is probably the most not that entertaining. And then I did a dance called The Taxpayer. We someone managed to write a full page of my book called The Lawn of the Dead, about a guy that mows the lawn during the zombie apocalypse. That sounds fun. Does your book have the same kind of vibe as the like short story anthologies set in the World War Z universe? Because those couple of books, like the Zombie Survival Guide and the other World War Z book that I haven't actually read yet but need to buy, are awesome. But that's the immediate vibe I got from your very short description there. Takes the world as seriously as World War Z, though I don't think the testimonial storytelling method they used is what I'm doing. I mean, that's good, because otherwise it would be too derivative of that other work. By the sounds of it, it sounds like you're telling them from the third person. But that's neat. I like the concept of that. Folks, if you are here and not just lurking, please throw our new friend Woo a follow. Check him out. Woo, when are you streaming next? And when do you stream? Monday, Wednesdays, Friday from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Pacific. Next stream will be Enshrouded on Friday. Very nice. Third person perspective, just want to get it on paper so I can have the thing done. I hear that. I started writing. Randomly, I got this inspiration to tell a sci-fi story when I was working behind a pizza counter in like a superstore in England. And by the time that very slow shift was done, I'd covered 8 14-inch pizza bases, those cardboard discs. I'd covered 8 of them on both sides. Eventually that work, I never finished that work, but it became the basis of my master's degree submission for creative writing as well. Yeah, so you've caught my stream. I've just come back after being offline for roughly a week. I got super sick, and my schedule was just all jank right now. We're back. We're here. We're streaming. And yeah, it's nice. Just a book stream. Next stream might actually be tomorrow morning. We'll play some video games, probably some 80s. We'll see. Also, folks, if you want to find when I'm going live or get those notifications, there's this guy. Discord. But thanks, Woo. Yeah, people tend to gravitate here. Just because I try and maintain a pretty freaking chill vibe here. Which also means that people get taken by surprise by my extremely crass sense of humor. I've described it as being from tongue-in-cheek to tongue-in-ass. And other people have agreed. But, you know, we keep it lighthearted. Any excuse to make someone laugh, I will take. I will more than happily play the fool and be a complete idiot if it brings joy to the lives of others. In fact, this leads me to a nice little segue. I've got to find my Discord here. Hey, you don't need to gauge yourself here, Woo. One of the things that I always insisted that people don't try and censor themselves around here, because there's enough people expecting them to do that out there in the real world. I don't want anyone to come in here thinking they have to be anything less than 100% their genuine selves. And if any lines are crossed, I'll let you know. And I'll let you know, I'm a 3 strikes and you're out kind of guy. So if a line's crossed, I'm like, hey, that's a little over the line. Let's just tone it down a bit. And the second time I was like, all right, I'm timing you out. I need you to tone it down. And then it's get the fuck out of here, you're banned. But, dad by name, dad by nature. I'm a typically pretty nurturing, forgiving person. And trust me, if you hit up the exclamation point quote command, you will see some of the shit that's coming out of my mouth. There's about 5 wholesome quotes, and the rest just pure sus. Oh look, that's one of the less sus things. Let's see which bullshit I get. Yeah, there we go. There's a reason I'm penetrating the cake, by the way. Sexual gratification. And when can you wear a boat like a hat? Do tell, sir. When you capsize, fuck's sake. When you capsize it. That's diabolical. I love it. Alright, I'm going to introduce you to another streamer here and a little song that was written for me. So we have a friend called Kratos. This guy. This fun
I think I could look like young Charles Manson.
Let me see young Charles Manson.
I got you, boo. Hold up.
We can leave it. We can leave that right there at that, because that is a perfect and apt description of the kind of person Hugh is. So here's Q. I need to pause my music. So when people raid Q, he writes them songs. And remember I said I would engage in any sort of idiocy to make someone laugh? I raided Q one day and I asked him for a song that I could run while I'm like on my stream starting screen. And I simply told him, you know the kind of idiocy I engage in. And so Q created a song called Special Kind of Idiocy for me. And the tab's muted. See what I mean? Yeah.
My coffee again. I woke up late. I spilled my coffee again. Put on my shirt inside out now. Miss my bus. Run to catch it. I tripped on the ground and I kissed it real hard. Just something special for me. Mealtime with Danny's a special kind of idiocy. Mealtime with Dan, he's a special little friend to you and me. It's mealtime with Dan. Go on, have some fun. Mealtime with Dan. Mealtime with Dan is a special kind of idiocy. Mealtime with Dan, he's a special little friend to you and me. It's mealtime with Dan. Go on, have some fun. Mealtime with Dan. Sent a text to the wrong number. Told my boss I love you too. Tried to open a push door. That's just what I do. Microwave my fork at midnight. Thought my phone was in the fridge. Lost my keys, I found them later. Hanging on my neighbor's fence. Mealtime with Danny's a special kind of idiocy. Mealtime with Dan, he's a special little friend to you and me. It's mealtime with Dan. Go on, have some fun. Mealtime with Dan. Every day brings new adventure. Mess it up that I create it somehow. I keep surviving. Maybe dumb luck, maybe it's fate. I just know that I'm the one that's trying to make it all really fun, y'all. So come join me while I go. What's my name? It's Mealtime with Danny's a special kind of idiocy. Mealtime with Dan, he's a special little friend to you and me. It's mealtime with Dan. Go on, have some fun. Mealtime with Dan. Dan is a special kind of idiocy. Mealtime with Dan. He's a special little friend to you and me. It's mealtime with Dan. Go on, have some fun. Mealtime with Dan.
There it is. There's the Mealtime with Dad theme tune. Come on, Cohagen, you've got what you want. Now give these people air. Alright. Back to the nice chill jazz music. Okay, thanks for hanging out with me, folks. And once again, thank you for trusting with your community and sticking around after the raid to chat and, you know, introduce yourself to me, let me get, and, you know, get to know me as well. It's super kind of you. And yeah, as I said before, if you like that little theme tune I just played, do check out Kratos. He is on Twitch's front page this weekend on Saturday, so that's his, I think it's his first time being on front page. And he's a super wholesome guy. He also has the why not joy mindset. Alright buddy, bed's the thing that needs to happen. You must take off. Sleep well, my friend. Thanks for coming by again, and do my level best to return the raid if we're ever online at the same time. Sleep well. Let's get back into reading, shall we? Boric, leave Cryde to Liam and Arutha. I am giving you the banner of the armies of the West. Go to Yabon. Brukal is sorely pressed, for most of the alien army strikes toward Lamut and Zun. When you are there, request what you need. These invaders must be driven from our lands. The king's face was pale, and perspiration gleamed on his forehead. This is a poor hour to start, but I have sent word to the harbor to ready a ship. You must leave at once. Go now. The Duke bowed and turned. Caldric said, I will see His Majesty to his room. I will accompany you to the docks when you are ready. The old Chancellor helped the king from the throne, and the Duke's party left the hall. They rushed back to their rooms to find stewards already packing their belongings. Pug stood around excitedly, for at last he was returning to his home. Not sure how I choked on the word last there. They stood at the dockside, bidding farewell to Caldric. Pug and Meacham waited, and the tall Franklin said, Well, lad, it'll be some time before we see you home again, now the war's joined. Pug looked up into the scarred face of the man who had found him in the storm so long ago. Why? Aren't we going home? Meacham shook his head. The prince will ship from Krondor through the Straits of Darkness to join his brother. The Duke will ship for Yith, and then to Brukal's camp somewhere near Lamut. Where Lord Boric goes, Colgan goes, and where my master goes, I go. And you? Pug felt a sinking in his stomach. What the Franklin said was true. He belonged with Colgan, not with the folk at Cryde, though he knew if he asked, he'd be allowed to go home with the prince. He resigned himself to another sign that his boyhood was ending. Where Colgan goes, I go. Meacham clapped him on the shoulder and said, Well, At least I can teach you to use that bloody sword you swing like a fishwife's broom. Feeling little cheer at the prospect, Pug smiled weakly. They soon boarded the ship and were underway towards Salador and the first leg of the long journey west. Folks, we feeling another chapter here? We want to keep on going? I can keep on trucking for a bit. I can squeeze another hour of streaming in if you guys would like more words from the dad voice. Themis, yes, speak to me more. Speak to me more, wordy man. Give me that precious, my precious. That one's a little difficult to do when you're sick. Chapter 14, Invasion. I should turn off my map. Boop. The spring rains were heavy that year. The business of war was hampered by the ever-present mud. It would stay wet and cold for nearly another month before the brief, hot summer came. Duke Brukal of Yabon and Lord Boric stood looking over a table laden with maps. The rain hammered on the roof of the tent, the central part of the commander's pavilion. On either side of the tent, two others were attached, providing sleeping quarters for the two nobles. The tent was filled with smoke, from lanterns and from the Kalgan's pipe. The magician had proven an able advisor to the dukes, and his magical aid helpful. He could detect trends in the weather, and his wizard's sight could detect some of the Sorani's troop movements, though not often. And over the years, his reading of every book he encountered, including narratives of warfare, had made him a fair student of tactics and strategy. Brukal pointed to the newest map on the table. They have taken this point here and another here. They hold this point, he indicated another spot on the map, in spite of our every effort to dislodge them. They also seem to be moving along a line from here to here. His finger swept down a line along the eastern face of the Grey Towers. There's a coordinated pattern here, but I'm damned if I can anticipate where it's going next. The old Duke looked weary. The fighting had been going on sporadically for 2 months now, with no distinct advantage could be seen by either side. Boric studied the map. Red spots marked known Sorani strongholds, hand-dug earthen breastworks with a minimum of 200 men defending. There were also suspected reinforcement companies, their approximate location indicated with yellow spots. It was known that any position attacked was quick to get reinforcements, sometimes in a matter of minutes. Blue spots indicated the location of kingdom pickets, though most of Brukal's forces were billeted around the hill upon which the commander's tent sat. Until the heavy foot soldiers and engineers came from Leith and Tir Sog, and engineers from Lith and Tir Sog arrived to man and create permanent fortifications, the kingdom was fighting a principally mobile war. But most of the troops assembled were cavalry. The Duke of Cryde agreed with the other man's assessment. It seems their tactics remain the same. Bring in a small force, dig in and hold. They prevent our troops from entering, but refuse to follow when we withdraw. There's a pattern, but for the life of me, I can't see it either. A guard entered. "My lords, an elf stands without, seeking entrance." Brukal said, "Show him in." The guard held aside a tent flap, and the elf entered. His red-brown hair was plastered to his head, and his cloak dripped water on the floor of the tent. He made a slight bow to the dukes. "What news from Elvendar?" Boric asked. "My queen sends you greetings." He quickly turned to the map. He pointed at the pass between the grey towers. I should pull up my map here, shouldn't I? Boop! Map time! Grey towers. Over here. Hello. The Grey Towers on the south and Stone Mountain on the north. I'm looking. You guys can find it. I see it there next to the Lake of the Sky. And Stone Mountains to the north. The same pass Boric's forces now bottled up at the east end. The Outworlders moved many soldiers through this pass. They have advanced to the edge of the elven forests, but seek not to enter. They have made it very difficult to get through. He grinned. I led several a merry chase for half a day. They run nearly as well as the dwarves, but they could not keep up in the forest. He returned his attention to the map. There is word from Crydee that the skirmishers have fought the outriding patrols, but nothing close to the castle itself. There's no word of activity from the Grey Towers, Kars, or Tulan. They seem content to dig in along this pass. Your forces to the west will not be able to join you. They could not break through now. "How strong do the aliens appear to be?" asked Brukal. "It is not known, but I saw several thousand along this route." His finger indicated a route along the northern edge of the pass, from the elven forests to the kingdom camp. The dwarves of stone are left alone. So long as they do not venture south, the Outworlders deny them the pass also. Boric asked the elf, "Has there been any report of the Surani having cavalry?" "None. Every report refers only to infantry." Kargan said, "Father Tully's speculation on their being horseless seems to be borne out." Brukal took brush and ink in hand and entered the information on the map. Kargan stood looking over his shoulder. Boric said to the elf, "After you've rested, carry my greetings to your mistress and my wish for her good health and prosperity. If you should send runners to the west, please carry the same message to my sons." The elf bowed. "As my lord wishes, I shall return to Elvendar at once." He turned and left the tent. Kargan said, "I think I see it." He pointed to the new red spots on the map. They formed a rough half circle through the pass. "The Surani are trying to hold this area here. That valley is the center of this circle. I'd guess they're trying to keep anyone from getting close." Both the dukes looked puzzled. Boric said, "But to what purpose? There's nothing there of value militarily. It's as if they're inviting us to bottle them up in that valley." Suddenly, Rukal gasped. "It's a bridgehead! Think of it in terms of crossing a river. They have a foothold on this side of the rift, as the magician calls it. They only have as many supplies as their men can carry through. They don't have enough control of the area for foraging, so they need to expand the area under their control and build up supplies before they launch an offensive." Rukal turned to the magician. "Kalgan, what do you think? This is more in your province." The magician looked at the map as if trying to divine information hidden within it. "We know nothing of the magic involved. We don't know how fast they can pass supplies and men through, for no one has ever witnessed an appearance. They may require a large area, which this valley provides them, or they may have some limit on the amount of time available to pass troops through." Duke Boric considered this. "Then there is only one thing to do. We must send a party into this valley to see what they are doing." Kalgan smiled. "I will go too, if your grace permits. Your soldiers might not have the faintest idea of what they're seeing if it involves magic." Rukal started to object, his gaze taking in the magician's ample size. Boric cut him off. "Do not let his look fool you. He rides like a trooper." He turned to Kalgan. "You had best take Pug, for if one should fall, then the other can carry the news." Kalgan looked unhappy at that, but saw the wisdom in it. The Duke of Yabon said, "If we strike at the north paths, then into this valley and draw their forces there, a small, fast company might break through here." He pointed at a small pass that entered the south end of the valley from the east. Boric said, "It's a bold enough plan. We've danced with the Surani for so long, holding a stable front. I doubt they'll expect it." The magician suggested they retire for the rest of the evening, for it would be a long day on the morrow. He closed his eyes briefly, and then informed the two leaders that the rain would stop, and the next day would be sunny. Pug lay wrapped in a blanket, trying to sleep, when Kalgan entered their tent. Meacham sat before the cook fire, preparing the evening meal and attempting to keep it from the greedy maw of Phantus. The fire drake had sought out his master a week before, eliciting startled cries from the soldiers as he swooped over the tents. Only Meacham's commanding shouts had kept a bowman from putting a cloth-yard arrow into the playful drake. Kalgan had been pleased to see his pet, but at a loss to explain how the creature had found them. The drake had moved right into the magician's tent, content to sleep next to Pug and steal food from under Meacham's watchful eye. Pug sat up as the magician pulled off his sopping cloak. "There is an expedition going deep within Surani-held territory to break the circle they've thrown up around a small valley and find out what they're up to. You and Meacham will be going with me on this trip. I would have friends at my back and my side." Pug felt excited by the news. Meacham had spent long hours schooling him in the use of sword and shield, and the old dream of soldiering had returned. "I've kept my blade sharp, Kalgan." Meacham gave a snort that passed for laughter, and the magician threw him a black look. "Good, Pug, but with any luck, we'll not be fighting. We are to go in a smaller force attached to a larger one that will draw off the Surani. We'll drive quickly into their territory and discover what they're hiding. We'll then ride as fast as possible to bring back news." I thank the gods that they are without horses. They would never hope to accomplish so bold a stroke. We shall ride through them before they know we have struck. Perhaps we may take a prisoner, the boy said hopefully. It'd be a change, said Meacham. The Sorani had proved to be fierce fighters, preferring to die than be captured. Maybe then we'd discover why they came to Midkemia, Pug ventured. Kalgan looked thoughtful. There is little we understand about these Sorani. Where is this place they come from? How do they cross between their world and ours? And as you've pointed out, the most vexing question of all, why do they come? Why invade our lands? Mel. Kalgan and Pug looked over at Meacham, who was spooning up stew, keeping an eye on Fantis. They don't have any metal, and they want ours. When Kalgan and Pug regarded him with blank expressions, he shook his head. I thought you'd puzzled it out by now, so I didn't think to bring it up. He put aside the bowls of stew, reaching behind himself, and drew a bright red arrow out from under his bedding. Souvenir, he said, holding it out for inspection. Look at the edge. It's the same stuff their swords are made from. Some kind of wood, hardened like steel. Picked over a lot of things fetched in by the soldiers. I hadn't seen one thing these Sorani make with any metal in it. Kalgan looked flabbergasted. Of course. It's all so simple. They found a way to pass between their world and ours, sent through scouts, and found a land rich in metals they lack. So they sent an invading army. It also explains why they marshal in a high valley of the mountains, rather than in the lower forests. It gives them free access to the dwarven mines. He jumped up. I'd better inform the dukes at once. We must send word to the dwarves to be alert for incursions into the mines. Pug sat thoughtfully as Kalgan vanished through the tent entrance. After a moment he said, Meacham, why didn't they try trading? Adds are why they didn't try trading. Just as we were about to discover the pattern. That's right.
Okay, 2944.
Alrighty. We return. Meacham shook his head. The Serrani, from what I've seen, boy, it's a good bet trading never entered their minds. They're one very warlike bunch. Those bastards fight like 600 kinds of demons. They'd cavalry, they'd have chased this whole lot back to Lamut. And probably burned the city down around them. But if we can wear them down like a bulldog does, just keep hanging on until they tire, we might settle this after a time. Look what happened to Kesh. Lost half of Bassania to the kingdom in the north because the Confederacy just plain wore the empire out. One rebellion after another in the south. After a time, Pug gave up on Cargan's returning soon, ate supper alone, and then made ready for bed. Meacham quit trying to keep the magician's meal away from the Drake, and also turned in. In the dark, Pug lay staring up at the tent roof, listening to the sound of the rain and the Drake's joyous chewing. He soon drifted off into sleep, where he dreamed of a dark tunnel and a flickering light vanishing down it. The trees were thick, and the air hungry? I'm hungry. And the air hung heavy with mist as the column moved slowly through the forest. Outriders came and went with every few minutes, checking for signs that the Serrani were preparing an ambush. The sun was lost high in the trees overhead, and the entire scene had a greyish-green quality to it, making it difficult to see more than a few yards ahead. At the head of the column rode a young captain of the Lamutian army, Vandros, son of the old Earl of Lamut. He was also one of the more level-headed and capable young officers in Bruchal's army. They rode in pairs, with Pug sitting next to a soldier behind Cargan and Meacham. The order to halt came down the line, and Pug reined in his horse and dismounted. Over a light gambeson, he wore a well-oiled suit of chainmail. Over that was a tabard of the Lamutian forces, with the grey wolf's head on a circle of blue in the centre. Heavy woolen trousers were tucked into his high boots. He had a shield on his left arm, and his sword hung from his belt. He felt truly a soldier. The only discordant note was his helm, which was a little too large and gave him a slightly comic appearance. Captain Vandross came back to where Kalgan stood waiting and dismounted. The scouts have spotted a camp a half-mile ahead. They think they were not seen by the guards. The captain pulled out a map. We are about here. I will lead my men and attack the enemy position. Cavalry from Zune will support us on either side. Lieutenant Garth will command the column you will ride with. We will pass the enemy camp and continue on toward the mountains. We'll try to follow if we can, but if we haven't rejoined you by sundown, you must continue alone. Keep moving, if only at a slow walk. Push the horses, but try to keep them alive. On horseback, you can always outrun these aliens, but on foot, I wouldn't give you much chance of getting back. They run like fiends. Once in the mountains, move through the pass. Ride into the valley 1 hour after sunrise. The North Pass will be attacked at dawn. So if you get safely into the valley, you should, I hope, find little between you and the North Pass. Once in the valley, don't stop for anything. If a man falls, he is to be left. The mission is to get information back to the commanders. Now try to rest. It may be your last chance for some time. We attack in an hour. He walked his horse back to the head of the line. Kalgan, Meacham, and Pug sat without speaking. The magician wore no armor because he claimed it would interfere with his magic. Pug was more inclined to believe it would interfere with his considerable girth. Meacham had a sword at his side like the others, but he held a horse bow. He preferred archery to close fighting, though Pug knew from long hours of instruction at his hands that he was no stranger to the blade. The hour passed slowly, and Pug felt mounting excitement, for he was still possessed by boyish notions of glory. He had forgotten the terror of fighting with the Dark Brothers before they reached the Great Hours. Word was passed, and they remounted. They rode slowly at first, until the Serani were in sight. As the trees thinned, they picked up speed, and when they reached the clearing, they galloped the horses. Large breastworks of earth had been thrown up as a defense against the charge of horsemen. Pug could see brightly colored helmets of the Serani rushing to defend their camp. As the riders charged, the sounds of fighting could be heard echoing through the trees as the Zunese troops engaged the other Serani camps. The ground shook under the horses as they rode straight at the camp, sounding like a rolling wave of thunder. The Serani soldiers stayed behind the earthworks, shooting arrows, most of which fell short. As the first element of the column hit the earthworks, the second element turned to the left, riding off at an angle past the camp. A few Serani soldiers were outside the breastworks here and were ridden down like wheat before a scythe. Two came close to hitting the riders with the great two-handed swords they wielded, but their blows went wide. Meacham, guiding his horse with his legs, dropped both with two quick arrows. Pug heard a horse scream among the sounds of fighting behind, and then suddenly found himself crashing through the brush as they entered the forest. They rode as hard as possible, cutting through the trees, ducking under low branches, the scene passing a kaleidoscope of greens. The scene, a passing kaleidoscope of greens and browns. The column rode for nearly a half hour and then slackened pace as the horses began to tire. Kalgan called to Lieutenant Garth, and they halted to check their position against the map. If they moved slowly for the balance of the day and night, they would reach the mouth of the pass near daybreak. Meacham peered over the heads of the lieutenant and Calgan as they knelt on the ground. I know this place. I hunted it as a boy when I lived near Hosh. Pug was startled. This was the first time Meacham had ever mentioned anything about his past. He'd supposed that Meacham was from Cryde and was surprised to find he'd been a youth in the Free Cities. Then again, he found it difficult to imagine Meacham as a boy at all. The Franklin continued. There's a way over the crest of the mountains, a path that leads between the two smaller peaks. It's little more than a goat trail, but if we lead the horses all night, it could be in the valley by sunrise. The way's difficult to find on this side if you don't know where it is. On the valley side, it's almost impossible. I bet the Serrani know nothing about it. The lieutenant regarded Calgan with a question in his eyes. The magician looked at Meacham and then said, "It might be worth a try. We can mark our trail for Vandros. If we move slowly, he might catch up if we reach the valley." "Alright," said the lieutenant. "Our biggest advantage is mobility. Let's keep moving. Meacham, where will we come out?" The large man leaned over the lieutenant's shoulder to point at a spot on the map near the south end of the valley. "Here. We come out straight west for a half mile or so and swing north. We can cut down the arc of the valley." He motioned with his finger as he spoke. "This valley is mostly woods. At the north and south end, a big meadow in the middle. That's where they'd be if there's a big camp. It's mostly open there, so if the aliens haven't come up with anything surprising, we should be able to ride right by them before they can organize to stop us. The dicey part's going to be getting through the northern woods. They garrison soldiers there. But if we get through, we're free to the North Pass." "All agreed?" asked the lieutenant. When no one said anything, he gave orders for the men to walk their horses, and Meacham took the lead as guide. They reached the entrance to the pass, or what Pug thought Meacham had correctly called a goat trail, an hour before sundown. The lieutenant posted guards and ordered the horses unsaddled. Pug rubbed down his horse with handfuls of long grass and staked it out. The 30 soldiers were busy tending to their horses and armor. Pug could feel the tension in the air. The run around the Serrani camp had set the soldiers on edge, and they were anxious for a fight. Meacham showed Pug how to muffle his sword and shield with rags torn from the soldiers' blankets. "We're not going to be using these, lad." Hold on. "We're not going to be using these bedrolls this night. Nothing will ring through the ears like the sound of metal striking metal, boy. Except maybe the clopping of hooves on rocks." Pug watched as he muffled the horse's hooves with leather stockings designed just for this purpose and carried in the saddlebags. Pug rested as the sun began to set. Through the short spring twilight, he waited until he heard the order to resaddle. The soldiers were beginning to pull their horses into a line when he finished. Meacham and the lieutenant were walking down the line, repeating instructions to the men. They would move in a single file, Meacham taking the lead, and the lieutenant second down the line to the last soldier. And each man gripped it tightly as he led. They tied a series of ropes through the left steer of each horse, and each man gripped it tightly as he led his own horse. After everyone was in position, Meacham started off. path rose steeply, and the horses had to scramble in places. In the darkness, they moved slowly, taking great care not to stray from the path. Occasionally, Meacham stopped the line to check ahead. After several such stops, the trail crested through a deep, narrow pass and started downward. An hour later it widened, and they stopped to rest. 2 soldiers were sent ahead with Meacham to scout the way, while the rest of the tired line dropped to the ground to ease cramped legs. Pug realized the fatigue was much as the result of the tension created by silent passage as of the climbing, but it didn't make his legs feel any better. After what seemed to be much too short of a rest, they were moving again. Pug stumbled along, fatigue numbing his mind to the point where the world became an endless series of picking up one foot and placing it before the other. Several times the horse before him was literally towing him as he grasped the rope tied to its stirrup. Suddenly, Pug was aware that the line had stopped, and they were standing in a gap between 2 small hills, looking down at the valley floor. From there, it would take only a few minutes to ride down the slope. Culgan walked back to where the boy stood next to his animal. The stout wizard seemed little troubled by the climb, and Pug wondered at the muscle that must lie beneath the layers of fat. "How are you feeling, Pug?" "I live, I'll expect, but I think next time I'll ride, if it's all the same to you." They were keeping their voices low, but the magician gave out with a soft chuckle anyway. "I understand completely. We'll be staying here until first light. That will be slightly less than 2 hours. I suggest you get some sleep, for we have a great deal of hard riding ahead." Pug nodded and lay down without a word. He used his shield for a pillow, and before the magician had taken a step away, was fast asleep. He never stirred as Meacham came and removed the leather muffles from his horse. A gentle shaking brought Pug awake. He felt as if he'd just closed his eyes a moment before. Meacham was squatting before him, holding something out. "Here, boy, eat this." Pug took the offered food. It was soft bread with a nutty flavor. After 2 bites, he began to feel better. Meacham said, "Eat quickly, we're off in a few minutes." He moved forward to where the lieutenant and the magician stood by their horses. Pug finished the bread and remounted. The soreness had left his legs, and by the time he was astride his mount, he felt anxious to be off. The lieutenant turned his horse and faced the men. "We'll ride west, and then on my command north. Fight only if attacked. Our mission is to return with information about the Serrani. If any man falls, we cannot stop. You're separated from the others, get back as best you can. Remember as much of what you see as possible, but you may be the only one to carry news to the Dukes. May the gods protect us all." Several soldiers uttered quick prayers to various deities, chiefly Tith, the war god, and then they were off. The column came down the hillside and reached the flat of the valley. The sun was cresting the hills behind, and a rosy glow bathed the landscape. At the foot of the hills, they crossed a small creek and entered a plain of tall grass. Far ahead was a stand of trees, and another could be seen off to the north. At the north end of the valley, the haze of campfire smoke hung in the air. The enemy was there all right, thought Pug, and from the volume of smoke, there must be a large concentration of them. He hoped Meacham was right, and they were all garrisoned out in the open, where the kingdom soldiers stood a fair chance of outrunning them. After a while, the lieutenant passed the word, and the column turned north. They trotted along, saving the horses for when they would be sure to need the speed. Pug thought he saw glimpses of color in the trees ahead as they descended into the southern woods of the valley, but he couldn't be sure. As they reached the woods, a shout went up from within the trees. The lieutenant cried, "All right, they've seen us! Ride hard and stay close!" He spurred his horse forwards, and soon the entire company was thundering through the woods. Pug saw the horses in front bear to the left and turned his to follow, seeing a clearing in the trees. The sound of voices grew louder as the first trees went flying past, and his eyes tried to adjust to the darkness of the woods. He hoped his horse could see more clearly than he could, or he might find himself inside a tree. The horse, battle-trained and quick, darted between the trunks, and Pug could begin to see flashes of color among the branches. Sarani soldiers were rushing to intercept the horsemen, but were forced to weave through the trees, making it impossible. They were speeding through the woods faster than the Sarani could pass the word and react. Pug knew that this advantage of surprise couldn't last much longer. They were making too great a commotion for the enemy to not realize what was happening. After a mad dash through the trees, they broke into another clear area where a few Sarani soldiers stood waiting for them. The horsemen charged, and most of the defenders scattered to avoid being run down. One, however, stood his ground in spite of the terror written on his face and swung the blue two-handed sword. A horse screamed, and the rider was thrown as the blade cut the horse's right leg from under him. Pug lost sight of the fight as he sped quickly past. An arrow shot over Pug's shoulder, buzzing like an angry bee. He hunched over the withers of his mount, trying to give the archers behind him as small a target as possible. Ahead, a soldier fell out of his saddle, a red arrow through his neck. Soon they were out of bow range and riding towards a breastwork thrown across an old road from the mines to the south. Hundreds of brightly colored figures scurried behind it. The lieutenant signaled for the riders to pass around it to the west. As soon as it appeared, they would pass the earthwork and not charge. As soon as it appeared, they would pass the earthwork and not charge it. Several Sarani bowmen came tumbling over the top of the redoubt and ran to intercept the riders. As soon as they came within bowshot, the air filled with red and blue shafts. Pug heard a horse scream, but couldn't see the stricken animal or its rider. Riding quickly beyond the range of the bowmen, they entered another thick stand of trees. The lieutenant pulled up his mount for a moment and yelled, "From here on, make straight north. We're almost to the meadow, so there'll be no cover, and speed's your only ally. And once you've broken the woods to the north, keep moving. Our forces should have broken through up there. If you can get past the woods, you'll be all right." Meacham had described the woods as being about 2 or 3 miles across. From there, it was 3 miles of open ground until the north pass through the hills began. They slowed to a walk, trying to rest the horses as much as possible. They could see the tiny figures of the Sarani coming up from behind, but they would never catch up before the horses were running again. Ahead, Pug could see the trees of the forest looming larger with each passing minute. He could feel the eyes that must be there, watching them, waiting. "As soon as we're within bowshot, ride as fast as you can!" shouted the lieutenant. Pug saw the soldiers pull their swords and bows out, and drew his own sword. Feeling uncomfortable with the weapon clutched in his right hand, he rode at a trot toward the trees. Suddenly, the air was filled with arrows. Pug felt one glance off his helm, but it still snapped his head back and brought tears to his eyes. He urged his horse ahead blindly, trying to blink his eyes clear. He had the shield in his left hand and sword in his right, so that by the time he blinked enough to be able to see clearly, he found himself in the woods. His warhorse responded to leg pressure as he moved into the forest. A yellow-garbed soldier burst from behind a tree and aimed a swing at the boy. He caught the sword blow on his shield, which sent a numbing shock up his left arm. He swung overhand and down at the soldier, who leapt away and the blow missed. Pug spurred his horse on before the soldier could get in position to swing again. All around, the forest rang with the sounds of battle. He could barely make out the other horsemen among the trees. Several times he rode down Sarani soldiers as they tried to block his passage. Once one tried to grab the reins of his horse, but Pug sent him reeling with a blow on the pot-like helmet. To Pug, it seemed as if they were all in some mad game of hide-and-go-seek, with foot soldiers jumping out from behind every other tree. A sharp pain stung Pug on the right cheek. Feeling with the back of his sword hand as he bounded through the wood, he felt a wetness, and when he pulled his hand away, he could see blood on his knuckles. He felt a detached curiosity. He hadn't even heard the arrow that had stung him. Twice more he rode down soldiers, the warhorse knocking them aside. Suddenly he burst out of the forest and was assaulted by a kaleidoscope of images. He pulled up for a moment and let the scene register. Less than 100 yards west of where he exited the woodlands, a great device, some 100 feet in length, with 20-foot high poles at each end stood. Around it were clustered several men, the first Sarani Pug had seen who weren't wearing armor. These men wore long black robes and were completely unarmed. Between the poles, a shimmering grey haze like they had seen in Kulgan's room filled the air, blocking out the view of the area directly behind. From out of the haze, a wagon was being pulled by two grey, squat, six-legged beasts who were prodded by two soldiers in red armor. Several more wagons were standing beyond the machines, and a few of the strange beasts could be seen grazing beyond the wagons. Beyond the strange device, a mighty camp sprawled across the meadow with more tents than Pug could count. Banners of strange design and gaudy colors fluttered in the wind above them, and the rising smoke of the campfires stung his nose with acrid pungency as it was carried off in the breeze. More riders were coming through the trees, and Pug spurred his horse forward, angling away from the strange device. The six-legged beasts raised their heads and ambled away from the oncoming horses, seeming to move with little more than the minimum effort required to take them out of the path of the riders. One of the black-robed men ran towards the riders. He stopped and stood off to one side as they sped past. Pug got a glimpse of his face. Clean shaven, his lips moving and eyes fixed on something behind the boy. Pug heard a yell and, looking back, saw a rider on the ground, his horse rooted in place like a statue. Several guards were rushing over to subdue the man when the boy turned away. Once beyond the strange device, he could see a series of large, brightly colored tents off to the left. Ahead, the way was clear. Pug caught sight of Culgan and reined his horse to bring himself closer to the magician. 30 yards to the right, Pug could see other riders. As they dashed away, Culgan shouted something at the boy that he couldn't make out. The magician pointed at the side of his face and then at Pug, who realized the mage was asking if he was alright. Pug waved his sword and smiled, and the magician smiled back. Suddenly, about 100 yards in front, a loud buzzing sound filled the air, and a black-robed man appeared, as if from thin air. Culgan's horse bore straight for him, but the man had a queer-looking device in his hands that he pointed at the magician. The air sizzled with energy. Culgan's horse screamed and fell as if poleaxed. The fat magician was tossed over the horse's head and tucked his left shoulder under as he hit the ground. With an amazing display of agility, he rolled up onto his feet and bowled over the black-robed man. Pug pulled up in spite of the order to keep going. He reined his horse around and charged back to find the magician sitting astride the chest of the smaller man, each grasping the left wrist of the other with his right hand. Pug could see that they were locked eye to eye in a contest of wills. Culgan had explained this strange mental power to Pug before. It was a way in which a magician could bend the will of another to his own. It took great concentration and was very dangerous. Pug leapt from his own mount and rushed to where the two men were locked in struggle. With the flat of his sword, he struck the black-robed figure in the temple. The man slumped unconscious. Culgan staggered to his feet. Thank you, Pug. I don't think I could have bettered him. I've never encountered such mental strength. Culgan looked to where his horse lay quivering on the ground. It's useless. Turning to Pug, he said, "Listen well, for you'll have to carry word to Lord Boric. From the speed that wagon was coming through the rift, I estimate it can bring several hundred men a day, perhaps a great deal more. Tell the Duke it would be suicide to take the machine. Their magicians are too powerful. I don't think we can destroy the machine they used to hold the rift open. If I had time to study it." He must call for reinforcements from Krondor, perhaps from the east. Pug grabbed Culgan by the arm. I can't remember all that. We'll ride double. Culgan began to protest, but was too weak to prevent the boys pulling him to where his horse stood. Ignoring Culgan's objections, he bullied his master up into the saddle. Pug hesitated a moment, noting the animal's fatigue, and came to a decision. With both of us to carry, he'll never make it, Culgan, he shouted as he struck the animal on the flank. I'll find another. Pug scanned the area as the horse bearing Culgan sped away. A riderless mount was wandering about, less than 20 feet away, but as he approached, the animal bolted. Cursing, Pug turned and was confronted by the sight of the black-robed Surani regaining his feet. The man appeared confused and weak, and Pug charged him. Only one thought was in Pug's mind: to capture a prisoner, and from his appearance, a Surani magician in the bargain. Pug took the magician by surprise, knocking him down. The man scrambled backward in alarm, and Pug raised his sword threateningly. The man put forth his hand in what Pug took as a sign of submission, and the boy hesitated. Suddenly, a wave of pain passed through him, and he had to fight to keep his feet. He staggered about, and through the agony, saw a familiar figure riding towards him, shouting his name. Pug shook his head, and suddenly the pain vanished. Meacham sped toward him, and Pug knew the Franklin would carry the Serani to the Duke's camp if Pug could keep him from fleeing. So he spun, all pain forgotten, and closed upon the still supine Serani. A look of shock crossed the magician's face when he saw the boy again advancing on him. Pug heard Meacham's voice calling his name from behind, but didn't take his eyes from the Serani. Several Serani soldiers ran across the meadow, seeking to aid their fallen magician, but Pug stood only a few feet away, and Meacham would reach them in just a few more moments. The magician jumped to his feet and reached into his robe. He pulled out a small device and activated it. A loud humming came from the object. Pug rushed the man, determined to knock the device from his hand, whatever it might be. The device hummed louder, and Pug could hear Meacham again shouting his name as he struck the magician, burying his shoulder into the man's stomach. Suddenly, the world exploded with white and blue lights, and Pug felt himself falling through a rainbow of colors into a pit of darkness. Pug opened his eyes. For a moment, he struggled to bring them into focus, but everything in his field of vision seemed to be flickering. He then came fully awake and realized it was still night, and the flickering came from campfires a short distance from where he lay. He tried to sit up and found his hands tied behind him. A groan sounded next to him. In the dim light, he could make out the features of a Lamutian horse soldier lying a few feet away. He was also bound. His face was drawn, and there was a nasty-looking cut running down from his hairline to his cheekbone, all crusted over with dried blood. Pug's attention was distracted by the sound of voices speaking low behind him. He rolled over and saw two Serani guards in blue armor standing watch. Several more tied prisoners lay about between the boy and the two aliens, who were speaking together in their strange, musical-sounding language. One noticed Pug's movement and said something to the other, who nodded and quickly hurried off. In a moment he was back with another soldier, this one in red and yellow armor, with a large crest on his helm, who ordered the two guards to stand Pug up. He was pulled roughly to his feet, and the newcomer stood before him and took stock. This man was dark-haired and had the up-tilted, wide-set eyes that Pug had seen before in the field among the Serani dead. His cheekbones were flat, and he had a broad brow topped by thick, dark hair. In the dim firelight, his skin looked nearly golden in color. Except for their short stature, most of the Serani soldiers could pass for citizens of many of the nations in Mid-Kemia, but these golden men, as Pug thought of them, resembled some Keshian traders that Pug had seen in Krydi years before, from the distant trading city of Xinglai. The officer inspected the boy's clothing. Next, he knelt and inspected the boots on Pug's feet. He stood and barked an order at the soldier who had fetched him, who saluted and turned to Pug. He seized the bound boy and led him away on a winding course through the Serani camp. At the center of the camp, large banners hung from the crosspieces of standards, all set in a circle around a large tent. All bore strange designs, creatures of outlandish configuration. I lost what I was reading. Shit. Creatures of outlandish configuration depicted in bold colors. Several had glyphs of an unknown language on them. It was to this place Pug was half pulled, half dragged through hundreds of Sorani soldiers who sat quietly polishing their leather armor and making repairs on weapons. Several watched as he passed, but the camp was free of the usual noise and bustle that Pug was used to in the camp of his own army. There was more than just the strange and colourful banners to give this place an otherworld feeling. Pug tried to note the details, so if he could escape and report, he could tell Duke Boric something useful, but he found his senses betrayed by so many unfamiliar images. He didn't know what was important in all he saw. At the entrance of the large tent, the guard who pulled Pug along was challenged by two others, wearing black and orange armor. A quick exchange of words resulted in the tent flap being held aside while Pug was thrust through. He fell forward onto a thick pile of furs and woven mats. From where he lay, Pug could see more banners hanging on the tent walls. The tent was richly fashioned, with silk-like hangings and thick rugs and pillows. Hands roughly pulled him upright, and he could see several men regarding him. All stood dressed in the gaudy armor and crested helms of the Sorani officers, except for two. They sat upon a raised dais covered with cushions. The first wore a simple black robe with cowl pulled back, revealing a thin, pale face and a bald pate. A Sorani magician. The other wore a rich-looking robe of orange with black trim, cut below the knees and elbows, so it gave the look of something warm and for comfort. From his wiry, muscled appearance and several visible scars, Pug assumed that this man was a warrior who had put aside his armor for the night. The man in black said something in a high-pitched, sing-song language to the others. None of the other men said anything, but the one in the orange robe nodded. The great tent was lit by a single brazier where the two robed men sat. The lean, black-robed one sat forward, and the light from the brazier cast upwards on his face, giving him a decidedly demonic look. His words came haltingly and thick with accent. I know only little of your speech. You understand? Pug nodded, his heart pounding while his mind worked furiously. Culgan's training was coming into play. First, he calmed himself, clearing the fog that had gripped his mind. Then he extended every sense automatically, taking in every scrap of information available, seeking any useful bit of knowledge that might improve his chances of survival. The soldier nearest the door seemed to be relaxing, his left arm behind his head as he lay back on a pile of cushions, his attention only half focused on the captive. But Pug noticed that his other hand was never more than an inch from the hilt of a wicked-looking dagger at his belt. A brief gleam of light on the lacquer revealed the presence of another dagger hilt, protruding from a pillow at the right elbow of the man in orange. The man in black said slowly, "Listen, or I tell you something. Then you ask questions. If you lie, you die. Slowly. Understand?" Pug nodded. There was no doubt in his mind. "This man," said the great robed one, pointing to the man in the short orange robe, is a great man. He is high man. He is... The man used a word Pug didn't understand. When Pug shook his head, the magician said, He family great. Minwanabi. He second to... He fumbled for a term, then moved his hand in a circle, as if indicating all the men in the tent, officers from their ploughed brooms. Men who lead. Pug nodded and softly said, Your lord? The magician's eyes narrowed, as if he were about to object to Pug's speaking out of turn, but instead he paused and then said, Yes, Lord of War. It is that one's will that we are here. This one is second to Lord of War. He pointed to the man in orange, who looked on impassively. You are nothing to this man. It was obvious the man was feeling frustration in his inability to convey what he wished. It was plain that this lord was something special by lights of his own people, and the man translating was trying to impress this upon Pug. The lord cut the translator off and said several things, and then nodded toward Pug. The bald magician bobbed his head in agreement and then turned his attention toward Pug. You are lord? Pug looked startled and then stammered out a negative. The magician nodded, translated, and was given instruction by the lord. He turned back to Pug. You wear cloth like lord, true? Pug nodded. His tunic was of a finer fabric than the homespun of common soldiers. He tried to explain his position as a member in the Duke's court. After several attempts, he resigned himself to the presumption that they made of his being some sort of highly placed servant. The magician picked up a small device and held it out to Pug. Hesitating for a moment, the boy reached out and took it. It was a cube of some crystal-like material with veins of pink running throughout. After a moment in his hand, it took on a glow, softly pink. The man in orange gave an order, and the magician translated. This lord says, how many men along pass to... He faltered and pointed. Pug had no idea where he was or what direction was being pointed to. I don't know where I am, he said. I was unconscious when I was brought here. The magician sat in thought for a moment and then stood. That way, he said, pointing at a right angle to the direction he'd just indicated. Is tall mountain larger than others? That way, he pointed his hand he moved his hand a little. In sky is 5 fires like so. His hands traced a pattern. After a moment, Pug understood. The man had pointed to where Stone Mountain lay and where the constellation called 5 Jewels hung in the sky. He was in the valley they had raided. The pass indicated was the one used as an escape route. I really don't know how many. The magician looked closely at the cube in Pug's hand. It continued to glow in soft pink tones. Good. You tell truth. Pug then understood that he held some sort of device that would inform his captives if he tried to deceive them. He felt black despair wash over him. He knew that any survival hopes he entertained were going to involve some manner of betraying his homeland. The magician asked several questions about the nature of the force outside the valley. When most went unanswered, for Pug had not been privy to meetings on strategy matters, the question changed to a more general nature about common things in Midkemia, but which seemed to hold a fascination for the Serani. The interview continued for several hours. Pug began to feel faint on several occasions as the pressure of the situation combined with his general exhaustion. He was given a strong drink of one of these times, which restored his energy for a while, but left him lightheaded. He answered every question. Several times he got around the truth device by only telling some of the information requested, not volunteering anything. On several of these occasions, he could tell that both the Lord... Welcome in, Avocado, thanks. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. Or morning, depending where you are in the world. Were nettled by their inability to deal with answers that were incomplete or complex. Finally, the Lord indicated the interview was over and Pug was dragged outside. Outside the tent, the magician stood before Pug. My lord says, I think this servant, he pointed at Pug's chest. He groped for the word. He is clever. My lord does not mind clever servants, but they work well. But he thinks you are too clever. He says to tell you to be careful, or you are now slave. Clever slave may live a long time. Too clever slave dies quickly if... Again the pause. Then a broad smile crossed the magician's face. If he is fortunate. Yes, that is the word. He rolled the word around his mouth one more time, as if savoring the taste of it. Fortunate. Pug was led back to the holding area and left with his own thoughts. He looked around and saw that a few other captives were awake. Most looked confused and dispirited. One openly wept. Pug turned his eyes skyward and saw the pink edge along the mountains in the east, heralding the coming dawn. Which brings us to the end of chapter 14. Over a third of the way through book number 1. Wasn't it? Everything's gone sideways. This is where the story starts to really pick up. Now it's time to write a little rady rhyme. Rise in GMT. Here's a little raid message. First off, though, we have a little few thank yous for our new friends, new followers from Nano Remai, Nel Saru, Pidgeycrit, You Willow, Anxiety Badger, and Whoosh for... Wait a second, there are other followers that aren't on here. Curse you! We also got a follow from Avocado Thanks and Woo! I want to say a little thank you to Sinlin for resubbing at tier 3, for Efime for 10 gifted zubbies, and a rate of 13 from our new friend, Woo. We're gonna go raid Quatos. Q is gonna be fucking ads. Seriously, I didn't stop the ads. I didn't see that banner. Shit. I guess we're chilling for 3 minutes then, and then we'll raid out. Motherfucker. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Alright, folks. I might stream some Hades tomorrow morning. We'll see how sleepy I am. But for now, I wish you all a lovely night, a lovely rest of your day. Take care of yourselves, okay?